Welcome in, welcome in. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, 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 my favorite gamer words and lights Wednesday stream. I hope you guys are doing well. Hope you guys are all nice and fine and dandy because we have some horrible news to go through. So, it's probably best you're in a relatively good mood and then get it ruined than already be in a bad mood and make it worse and you want to commit suicide. So, um, yeah, keep that in mind, for today's stream because, it's going to be rough. It's going to be rough. Yes, the bad kind of rape, not the good kind of rape. Which is when, white men take over and breed with white bitches, and put them in their place and back to the kitchen. No, this is the brown kind of rape, where, they torture them and shove bottles up their vaginas and various other things that, yeah, yeah, not good stuff. Things that'll probably get me demonetized off YouTube situation here. Are you sure this is something you want to stream on all platforms? Yeah, well, you know what? Like, I'm gonna probably be a little bit, ease into things this first a little bit on stream before getting, super into it. But the goal is to actually read the whole entire rape gang inquiry report tonight. It is 219 pages long. Not all of it is, filled with, stuff, well, I don't want to say stuff or information, but it's an inquiry report, right? So there's going to be table of contents and various other things kind of like that in between. But regardless, it's over 200 pages long. I do want to get through the whole entire thing. That is the goal. We might not by the time stream is supposed to be over, but at least a good chunk of it, right? And then I do have a small little break fun thing to watch and do, in case things get a little bit too heavy. Or hell, even if things get too heavy, just do cause it will get too heavy. Or maybe at the end, I'm not exactly sure. I mean, yeah. So, it's gonna be a very interesting night to say the least. The entire is gonna be 11 plus hours. Well, I'm hoping to kind of. I probably won't be paying attention to the chat as much as I normally do. That way I can just kind of read it and absorb what's happening and kind of go from there. I hate how moderate everyone still is. Me too. I know I get called racist, sexist, transphobic, whatever the fuck it is, and I am. I legitimately am racist. I am legitimately sexist. The whole shebang. I don't really care that I get called it. It's just my biggest problem was the fact that it's still considered a bad thing to be considered racist. Or XYZ instead of what the normal human positioning should be, especially when you look at all these different cases. Every single day there's in America there's a new case where white person gets stabbed and or shot by black person every single day. I've been offline more or less these past couple days. I did a 12-hour stream on Sunday to finally get through 13 Sentinels Aegis Rim. Horrible game, by the way. Do not recommend getting it. And that completely just, wiped me out. Because that was, oh my god. So I haven't really been, paying too much attention to what's been happening the past couple days. But I hop back online and I see this gets released and I'm like, okay, great, lovely. But I'm offline more or less for the past couple days and this is what I come back to? Oh, what a great time to be alive, isn't it? Speaking of being offline, before I forget, next week there will be no stream on Wednesday or Friday. Next week, so the 26th? No, that's the 26th of Friday. So yeah, 24th and 26th next week. There'll be no stream, as I'll be offline again. For basically after one day stream. That is the plan there. But that's next week, not this week here. Labels like racist, transphobic don't mean shit anymore. Lol. I mean, it still does. It just depends on who you're talking to. There, because on the left, it's a target on your back to attack you, to try to actually get you murdered, or at the very least lose your job. And normies don't care if you get called racist. anymore. They've learned that it's just like a useless term, but they don't like it when you actually are racist. And that's the problem. You should actually legit be racist. There. Um, when's the Rumble stream? I'm not sure because when the Rumble stream's gonna be, or even like the members only stream's gonna be, because next Sunday is the 21st is going to be the Father's Day, and I know I'm not gonna be partaking in the vampire campaign because of Father's Day, so I'm not sure. I'm not even sure we'll have movie night Discord server because of it. It kind of depends. And then 28th. But then again, like, I'm not even sure we're even having the vampire campaign on the 21st because, like, I know I'm not going to be there because of Father's Day, but if Lumlump's not going to be there because of Father's Day too, then I'm probably not going to have it. Which means it's going to be pushed back to the 28th. But then if we don't, then maybe the 28th. I don't know yet. I don't know anything. This month is kind of all over the place, here for various things that are occurring. There. So, very cool to spend the fate of. I almost write 2 different comments into one, and that would have been really bad. Very cool to spend the Father of Father's Day, of course. I love my dad. I would not be who I am today without my dad, and I want to make sure he gets treated right. We got him a gift. Gonna get him a DQ cake, and various other celebrations for the 21st. So, it will be nice and a pleasant experience, I hope, there. But like I said, I do want to read the whole entire thing today. So now the announcements are kind of to the side. Let me get through the super chats real quick, which I greatly appreciate it. Yeah, like I said, I probably won't be paying too much attention to the chat today that we can actually get through the grooming game report, because I know it's not gonna be pretty. Because we've read things on it before. Hugo Fuji, thank you for the $2 dues. Thank you. Betrayal, why Discord so empty and no meme thread? I don't know. Okay, it depends on what label you are, because if you fell for the retard trap, that could explain it. But also, there are certain ways to get roles, which I will not explain as to how. Once again, more retard traps put in place. And so, just kind of go with the flow. Go with the flow there. And then maybe we'll figure it out. Or message a mod. They can help you out with that too. Thank you, Twitch Lesbian, for the 10 dwarf tokens. Thank you, my dude. And then thank you, Shadilay, for celebrating your subby Bobby for 7 months in a row. Thank you, my dude. Thank you. 8 hot dog buns, 11 ounces yakisoba noodles. Actually kill yourself. 4 tablespoons of Worcestershire sauce, 2 teaspoons of oyster sauce, butter softened for the buns, 1 tablespoon neutral oil, and nori, seaweed pickle, red ginger Japanese, cube pie mayonnaise, optional, yakisoba sauce optional. Yeah, please die. Please actually die, Shredder. I hate you so much. I thank you, Delta Cross, for celebrating your 12 months in a row. See, I don't want you to die, Delta Cross, just yet. For a whole entire year, and I'm sorry that Kick deleted your message, because I'm assuming the auto mod got uppity, because that's what the auto mod does. It sucks. And then Walter Zach, thank you for the subby bubby for 8 months in a row. 1 more month, and I'll give birth to ya. You will not be my rape king child, thankfully. And Salta Second, thank you for being a subby bubby for 7 months in a row. Once again, 2 more months, and I can give birth to you too. It's gonna be great. Actually, with Shredder in particular, I'm probably gonna have an abortion for him, since he's only 7 months. But anyways. There. I kind of feel weird, not gonna lie. Like, reading super chats and thanking for you giving me money when we're gonna be reading this fucking shit. It doesn't feel exactly right. Here. But, yeah. That's why there's no goal on YouTube today. For like the P.E.P.E hoodie, because I didn't think that's gonna be appropriate for what we're going to be getting into. Yeah. It just feels weird. Speaking of which, thank you, Amen, for the $5 reduce. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hey, Amal, won't be able to stay for stream. Have a good one. Well, thank you for stopping by and saying hi. Honestly, it's probably a stream that you should skip because it's going to be depresso and not exactly the best here. Uh, hope you guys have a strong stomach if you haven't seen the stuff in this. Like I said, they've been posting, Ripperlow's been posting snippets of this, for a while now. The kind of, like, I don't want to say build hype because it's not exactly something you're excited for, right? But he's been advertising basically what they've done to make more and more people aware of what's in the inquiry and what has been done to these British girls. And so I've read bits and pieces that they've released before in stream a few times. But now the actual full report is here. And so let's get into 219 pages of the Rape Gang Inquiry Report. Contents: acknowledgements, forward, introduction, executive summary, overview of crimes, victim testimony, whistleblower testimony, demographics and culture, the influence of Islam, homegrown enabling factors, impact on survivors, conclusions, recommendations, legislative response, all frontline response, next steps, a concluding message from Rupert Lowe, NP, Rape Gang Inquiry Chair, Appendix 1, non-hearing victim testimony, Appendix 2, survivor quotations, Appendix 3, institutional failures, Appendix 4, list of areas gangs are known to have operated. Ooh, this is gonna be a doozy. There. Okay. Acknowledgements. Every witness who volunteered their testimony, whether survivor, parent, whistleblower, politician, or expert, showed courage that made this inquiry possible. Their contributions have ensured the truth is now a matter of permanent public record. Rupert Lowe's NP energy and commitment ensured that the Rape Gang inquiry took place. He has been unwavering in his devotion to make sure that the rotting stain in our country's history has remained firmly in the public eye. Deep gratitude is extended to the inquiry team, led by Sammy Woodhouse, Nate Enderby Shenton, Marlon West, Deborah Sudbury, Julie Ballin worked tirelessly to bring the evidence together and support every survivor who came forward. A special thank you is owed to NPs Esther McVeigh, Nick Timothy, and Carla Lockhart for taking the time to sit on the inquiry panel. Dr. Mark Dury has been extremely generous in enriching the report that follows with his expert knowledge. We're also grateful to Charlie Downs, Joshua Firm, Harrison Pitt, and Graham Smith for the editorial oversight and counsel. I recognize a couple of those guys. I know one of them's even from the Lotus Eaters, Josh. I love Josh so much. Harrison, I also believe, is a Lotus Eater guy too, and I know Charlie Downs is on there a bit as well. So, nice to know the Lotus Eater guys have been working working with this. I know they've been promoting it for years, promoting with Rupert Lowe, talking about the grooming gangs for a very long time. So it's nice to actually see them being actively involved. I mean, they've always kind of happened. The Lotus Eaters is a great project in general, but actually making this come to fruition. Last but not least, we thank the untold thousands across Britain who made all this possible by donating to ensure this inquiry could take place. Why did you read the table of contents? Because I told you I'm reading the entire thing. When I meant in the entire thing, I mean every single page and word from here. Forward. Britain doesn't have a racism problem, it has an immigration problem. Frankly, I think it actually does have a racism problem. I think they're not racist enough. The society would be so much better if we actually were racist, because we wouldn't have imported these fucking third world shithills in the first place if they actually were racist and we're protecting our own like we should. And even then, you can also flip it too, that it does have a racist problem, because these thoroughgolders hate white people with a burning passion, and there are self-hating whites that want to ignore this and put their fingers in the ears and go la 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 la, you're racist, you're racist. And so yes, I do actually think there is a racism problem in both fronts, but immigration is definitely part of it here. Rupert Lowe. As is the case with many decent, hardworking Britons, I was unaware of the sheer scale of this evil that has been, and continues to be, perpetrated by chiefly Pakistani Muslim men against vulnerable young white women and girls in communities up and down our country. But a single court transcript from one such a horrific case, amplified by Elon Musk early last year, set in motion a long overdue national reckoning on the matter that inspired over 20,000 British patriots to help fund our rape gang inquiry. What follows is a comprehensive report on its findings. It's essential that all related court documents are securely preserved, both for legal and historical reasons. It's it's mostly Pakistani Muslim men, but also the gypsies are involved too. In fact, one of the biggest grooming gangs is actually by gypsies. And this has been going on since at least the 70s too. So it's been going on for a very long time by all sorts of different immigration groups. Obviously, Muslims are the main focus, and I don't want to be like, oh, well, it's not just the Muslims, how Muslims are good people. No, I'm not coming from that angle. Muslims are horrible people, and they need to stay in the fucking sandbox to blow each other up as much as they want. But I also don't want it just focusing purely on Muslims and being like, oh, Sikhs are the good immigrants, Tommy Robinson style, as they stab you with their religious knives. Or gypsies are, you know, just a little bit quirky and weird when they also have, when they're the ones harassing that Scottish girl and making sexual remarks to her and trying to kidnap her last year. It's all the immigrants that need to go. They all need to go. I am grateful to everyone on my team who's contributed to exposing this demonic chapter in Britain's history. A combination of the paralyzing fear of racism accusations and the scramble for votes from imported foreign subcultures meant that pure evil was allowed to metastasize. Nor is it the horrendous ordeal over. The root causes immigration, beginning with the British Nationality Act 1948 and escalating under Tony Blair from 1997 onwards. Believing proud nations to be responsible for the mid-20th century destruction of Europe, our post-war leaders had embraced diversity and multiculturalism as a supposedly civilized alternative. This report establishes beyond any doubt that open society obsession has in fact enabled unturned barbarism of its own. Unwatered and not mixed and cultural differences going back centuries are the genesis of this problem. 100% true. We lost World War II. We fought on the wrong side of the war. And now we're dealing with the ramifications of this. And we, without trying to distract too much from the actual rape gang inquiry itself, it's important to point out that it's the tiny hats and more specifically that help push for immigration reforms in both America and in Britain, basically the entire Western world, to punish white people for what happened in Germany to a certain number of groups of people there. So it's happening in America as well. Obviously, we're focusing mostly in Britain tonight because that's where the inquiry is happening. But remember, as we're focusing here, this is the entire Western world that's dealing with these rapes and murders by nuns, by immigrants. I mean, obviously, we can look at Henry Novak here in this rape gang inquiry in Britain. But how many Christmas attacks happened in Germany and France, for example, and bombings that happened there? How many more white people need to be stabbed and murdered by blacks in America every single day? And I mean every single day, like Irina Zaruska and Austin Metcalf. It's a problem affecting the entire Western world here, and they all need to go in every single Western country. I urge all Britons to read this report in full. Lessons need to be learned, and prosecutions need to follow for the appalling cowardice of those responsible for refusing to resist the tours. The strongest possible penalties, up to and including death, must also be sought for those yet to be properly punished or indeed punished for all vile and unspeakable crimes. I mean, I would say death for all of them, in general. But that's obviously a hypothetical, and in a video game where we could possibly do such thing. So I would never advocate for such things like that. The world's a dangerous place to live, not because of the people who are evil, but because of people who don't do anything about it. Albert Einstein. Man is the cruelest animal. Friedrich Nietzsche. Introduction. The Rape Gang Inquiry has now concluded the first phase of his work. It was established to examine one of the most horrendous scandals in the long history of our country, the systematic targeting of vulnerable girls, overwhelmingly white British, by predominantly Muslim Pakistani gangs across towns and cities up and down the nation. The evidence presented throughout these hearings confirmed what had long been known, but repeatedly denied by many of the political class. The inquiry welcomed girls, boys, men, and women of all races and religions to testify they experienced to gain a complete picture of the rape gang phenomenon. The Casey Report 2025 stated disproportionate members of men from Asian ethnic backgrounds, quote unquote, were among the suspects for group-based child exploitation, CSE. Baroness Casey quoted local reports showing that a significant proportion of those convicted were Pakistani and/or Muslim heritage. The crime stretched back generations. The Rape Gang inquiry was necessary because the state institutions have failed catastrophically over the decades. Police, social services, schools, the NHS, licensing authorities, and governments allow these gangs to operate with impunity. There was a demonstrable lack of political will to confront them. The Labour Party initially refused a public inquiry altogether, only relenting under considerable pressure. It'll be many years before this inquiry is complete, and there's no guarantee it will be adequately addressed the politically sensitive, ethno-religious nature of the phenomenon. Despite help now pushing for an inquiry in the opposition, the government, the Conservative, went in government, the Conservative Party did very little. And in fact, actually, the Conservatives actually made it worse. They had 14 years to change it. They constantly, campaign about ending immigration and end up making it worse. There's a reason why we had to turn the Boris wave in 2020 once Boris came in power. They might have had Brexit there, which stops the immigration between Europe into Britain, which was basically only done in name only, so even that was a failure. But they started to import even more of the third world and replacement with the tiny boats. But remember, it's been happening before Boris, before Tony Blair. It's been after World War II this has occurred, because the entire Western world, and I cannot state this enough, is being punished for something Germany did 80 years ago. It's that simple. They just hate white people. And that's it. It might sound a little bit, extreme. It might be hyperbole or something along those lines. But it's actually completely true. And there are too many cases that prove otherwise here. The rape inquiry was survivor-led. Every day the panel sat with Sammy Woodhouse, a survivor turned activist herself, alongside a variety of experts who attended whenever the specialist subject formed the focus of our efforts to get the truth. I think I know who Sammy Woodhouse is. Actually, I have a problem with her. If it's who I think it is, I still kind of have a problem with her. But regardless, obviously what she went through is terrible, and despite my issues, once again, if it's who I think it is, it's still a very good thing what she's doing here to push forward and actually try to get this inquiry together. We examined distinct areas of the scandal in turn, so that a maximally full picture can be established. Parents and carers describe their experiences. Instances of pregnancy, abortion, and children born of rape were laid bare. Whistleblowers who had previously been ignored gave evidence. Policing and justice failures were documented. Social care, NHS services, including sexual health and mental health, education, taxi licensing, demographic trends, cultural and social issues, and ideological obstructions to the justice were all scrutinized without restriction. Nothing was off the table. Misguided political correctness and cultural sensitivities played no part in the proceedings. The promise made to every donor was honored in full. The truth was pursued and justice was our only objective. Survivors were finally given the platform that had been denied for so long and were central to the inquiry. The full scale and nature of the crimes can now be placed on public record. The true horror of what took place is no longer hidden. Although the inquiry lacks statutory powers, the response is overwhelming. Politicians, whistleblowers, experts, family members, and many others came forward. Those in prominent positions who declined to give evidence did so knowing their refusal would be noted. This report sets out findings and makes clear recommendations for how the problem of rape gangs can be eradicated. The country now knows the full truth. The country has been given the basis for justice. The country has the roadmap to ensure these crimes never happen again. This is essential to try to push to every single normie possible. I am not normie safe and whatsoever. Like, I am not here to try to convince the normies exactly. I've been told that I have helped make more people more racist and extreme and radical, and I'm kind of glad I have, even though it feels really strange. But I'm not here to convince the normies here. I'm here just to report on the news and basically be, just angry at the world. However, this Rape Gang inquiry report needs to be covered by every single person possible. It needs to be shared with every single person that you know, because even in America too, though once again it's important to emphasize this is happening in America as well, with our wonderful multicultural society too. That way people are aware of what's happening to the Western world, because being shielded by this is not the solution. This has been going on for decades. And even though people like Sargon and Ludus Eaters have been covering this long before Rupert Lowe really became popular a few years ago, or Reform really started gaining power with Nigel Farage, very few people. It's been pushed under the rug, dismissed, whatever the case is. But when you have 219 pages full of testimonies here and evidence to back this up over decades of this, it cannot be ignored and it cannot be dismissed. It needs to be front and center of everybody's minds here. Well, hold on. I need to catch up some super chats though before we continue on. Especially since Desert Ghost came in with $20 fucking reduce over on Rumble. Thank you, my dude. Thank you. I only watched a small part of someone going through this. I wanted to punch my monitor after listening to some of the testimonies. Good luck, Nakaloina Mall. Yes, friendly reminder chat, since I am on YouTube, and Kick also has some policies as well. If you want to glow, I highly recommend having the Kick stream open, because I like being paid for warm bodies, because I'm a Jew. And have the Rumble stream open to glow, because the Rumble stream is not shared on stream, and Rumble has freedom of speech there. So if you want to just kind of say whatever you want, that's probably the best place of the Fed post. Because Fed posting will definitely occur. And I will not really stop you beyond whatever the TOS is for each platform there. And remember to also glow with the emotes there. Thank you, JP the DM, for the $1 deal. The struggle, not the Fed post, is real. Hence why I recommend staying over on Rumble, the Fed post in the chat there. Or glow with emotes if you have access to them on the other platforms. Thank you, the Malcontent, for the $5 deals. Prime Minister, we found a way to increase the child birth rate. Just hear me out. I think I know what you're dropping down. I think I know what you're dropping down there. I trust me. I agree with that solution too. I agree with that solution too here. There. But remember, chat, I'm probably not going to be paying much attention to you today. I'll get to the super chats. I'll take breaks every once in a while to read them, because I am grateful for any shekels you do throw my way. But since this is a long report and a very serious report, I want to try to kind of keep it more somber here. Though I do have something to kind of break up the seriousness a little bit later when things get too heavy. Yeah. Executive summary. The rape gang inquiry examined the systemic targeting of vulnerable girls, overwhelmingly white British, by predominantly Muslim Pakistani gangs across towns and cities throughout the United Kingdom. The evidence put to the inquiry confirms that the scandal constitutes one of the most horrendous failures in the history of this country. Organized networks of perpetrators built coordinated operations that transported victims between locations, supplied them with drugs and alcohol, recorded abuse for distribution and blackmail, and passed girls between multiple adult men. These crimes have been committed for decades, since the 1950s by Pakistanis in particular, and have affected every region of our nation. The scale of these crimes committed is staggering. It's been previously established that, at the very least, 250,000 young white girls have been subjected to repeated rape, gang rape, trafficking, torture, pregnancy, forced Islamic conversion, and lifelong trauma. There's a little note right here. Lord Pearson of Rannoch, House of Lords, Hansard Volume 797, and Debate of Grooming Gangs of 14th of May 2019. So we got our little sources here. Lovely. The true number is probably higher. The perpetrators bear primary responsibility, yet the institutional failures that enabled them for decades must also be confronted. The in-court records and official inquiries, around 87% of those convicted and the group-based child sexual exploitation (CSE) cases bore distinctly Muslim names. See Sacrificing Girls to Political Correctness, Christian Concern, 16th of March 2018. The vast majority of men involved in these gangs were not convicted. Dr. Taj Hargay, an imam with the Oxford Islamic Congregation, believes the true proportion of gang members who are Muslim to be about 95%. See, fundamentalist Muslims believe that the Prophet slept with 9-year-old. What's wrong with a 12-year-old, claims Muslim leader. I mean, fair point. Fair point. I mean, if they're totally okay with the Prophet Muhammad having a 9-year-old bride, then what's 12 years old is actually progressive for them. Nothing wrong with that whatsoever. Totally. There. Though I appreciate this Dr. Taj Hargay, an imam with the Oxford Islamic Congregation, saying that the true proportion of gang members are 95%. However, I dislike the fact, I am, let me not dislike the fact, right? Maybe he could be one of the actual legit good ones, the 0.01% that exists within these different demographic groups that actually are aware of what they're doing is actually horrible. But I am worried that it's kind of the whole, more CivNat situation here. And I don't want that whatsoever. When it's 95%, I don't care if the other 5% are actually good, including this Dr. Taj Hargray. Even though I appreciate him actually speaking out, supporting this report. I don't mean to dismiss him for actually coming out and saying this kind of stuff, because it is important to get all sides of the story. But when 95% are the problem, I don't give a fuck if the other 5% are actually good. I want them all gone. I want them all gone. This figure far exceeds the Muslim share of the overall United Kingdom population. The overwhelming majority of the rape gang networks consisted entirely of men from Muslim backgrounds, predominantly Pakistani heritage, although smaller groups of Somali, Iranian, Syrian, Turkish, and other Muslim origins were also involved. And this is important. It's mostly Muslims because it's within their actual religion, right? It's within their holy text to demoralize and conquer via rape and murdering. And for the infidels, they don't see infidels as actual human, right? Like, if you're not Muslim, if you're white, and white is important here because I know some leftists will come in and be like, oh well, you can be white and Muslim, it's just a religion. No, you really can't. You really can't. There's just like the Christianity is different in the West than it is in Africa. Islam is the same thing. Like, the race is definitely a factor here, and they are utilizing it. There's a reason why they're going after white British girls more specifically. It's a way to conquer, because they are invaders, is a way to conquer the nation that they're taking over, which is why they're mostly Muslim. The inquiry heard harrowing testimony from survivors and their families. The methods used to groom children typically follow the same process. Girls as young as 11 were initially befriended by a young Muslim man who then treated the young child like an adult and would start providing them with alcohol, drugs, and cigarettes. After a few months, the girls would be collected from school gates, care homes, attacks, and streets in taxis. They were taken to houses, flats, restaurants, and hotels where they raped repeatedly with groups of men, tortured, filmed for blackmail, and are told they were white trash. Once again, race comes into play, or kuffar, who merited punishment. Many became pregnant while still children. Now, that's what happens when you don't have, protected sex. Which is another one of the many reasons why this is absolutely horrible. Some miscarried out under trauma, while others endured coerced abortions. Some gave birth to children who were later removed by the state. We found that the same unspeakable crimes occurred in at least 149 local authority districts, close to 40% of all districts across the United Kingdom. See page 14 for our full map. Survivors described daily rapes, red rooms of extreme torture, trafficking between cities, institutional disbelief that compounded their suffering. Some girls were even trafficked to the Middle East where they endure Islamic marriage. Now, the reason why it's only 40% of the districts is because these people stay in enclaves. These creatures, I shouldn't even call them people. When you live in a majority white area, you're not going to have the same problem. You're probably going to have a little bit, if there is a little bit of diversity there. But this is why it's important that to note that multiculturalism doesn't actually work, because they just build these enclaves up. They don't actually assimilate, because assimilation's a myth. And then they create these hellholes. Once you get past like 80% majority white, that's when you're going to be noticing a huge downturn. That's when you're going to see things just slowly start decaying, and actually hear these stories a lot more, as the whites are actually, or in this case, more specifically, the British are being replaced by these foreigners. And so basically, when we get to the full map here in a bit, I am very curious to see what the demographics are. That's why I like what Callum does on Twitter, or at least he used to do, would just show the demographic map there whenever somebody would either complain about the fact that we need more multiculturalism, or whenever, some story is not actually true. Just be like, let's look at the demographics there. Oh, look, it's like 3% white. No wonder this story happened. Oh, look, you're saying that the whole, the Pakistani grooming gangs don't actually exist. Oh, look, you live in a 97% white area. Wow, what a shock here. What a fucking shock. Almost like demographics are destiny. The demographic and cultural drivers are clear. Perpetrators from Pakistani, Muslim, and other Muslim backgrounds operate under an honor and shame-based clan code. that treated non-Muslim girls, especially white working-class girls, as property available for sexual use. This pattern was reinforced by 8 theological and legal aspects of Islam. There we go! Proving my fucking point right here. These include the doctrine of Muslim superiority drawn from Quranic verses that position Muslims at the top with a duty to correct non-believers. The gang's member justifications for their crimes can be found in Islamic principles of loyalty and disavowal, known as al-wala wal-bara. It demands enmity towards non-Muslims, the superiority of men over women, forced marriage combined with the absence of any fixed minimum age of consent, the perception of fatal sexuality is inherently dangerous, a system of sex slavery where the authority authorizes sexual relations with non-Muslim captives, and a religiously sanctioned social hierarchy that subjugates conquered non-Muslims. Sorry, my dog is... Okay, my dog's settling down. My apologies about that. These elements filtered through clannish immigrant subcultures, provided religious justifications that enabled the systemic rape and slaughter of white British girls. I was gonna say excited, but I was like, wait, I'm being sarcastic, but that'd probably be taken out of context here. But I'm pretty sure one of the stories in this inquiry report, based off what I read before, is going to be about the girl turned into a kebab. Because yes, there was one girl that was kidnapped, raped, and abused, and then to hide the evidence that she was killed was turned into kebabs for their restaurant. That's an actual, real, true story, not from some Stephen King crime novel or anything like that. Actually happened in Britain. So yes, they are animals at best. Hell, my dog just came in to settle down by my feet. My dog is more human and loving and caring than these fucking creatures that call themselves Muslims here. Were Britain functioning effectively, these girls would have received considerable state protection. However, every one of our institutions failed them catastrophically. Police forces ignored repeated report, criminalized victims instead of perpetrators, destroyed evidence, and allowed known rapists to walk free on bail. Social care services undermined protected parents, placed children in trafficking hubs inside children's homes, closed cases despite clear indicators of exploitation, and retaliated against whistleblowers. The NHS recorded genital injuries, multiple sexual transmitted infections in children as young as 13, pregnancies caused by rape, and suicide attempts, yet discharged victims back to their abusers without safeguarding referrals or trauma care. Schools observed older men collecting girls at the gates, heard disclosures of rape on school premises, and responded by excluding victims rather than protecting them. Taxi licensing authorities renewed permits for drivers who formed the logistical backbone of the networks and collapsed in the face of organized protests when basic safety measures were proposed. Legal failure lies at the heart of the scandal. Successive governments lacked the will to confront the ethnic and religious patterns. The Labour Party bears particular responsibility, and initially refused a public inquiry and only relented under pressure by ordering the process reviewed by widespread skepticism. I agree the Labour Party bears particular responsibility, but not just for refusing the public inquiry, because the Conservatives did the same thing. It's for the Labour Party for actually bringing in these immigrants in the first place. It's already mentioned in the report that Tony Blair in 1997 was actually the worst case by opening their borders even more so. But both parties have been working together to bring in more and more foreigners under the guise of multiculturalism, and legitimately believed it was for a good thing. Mostly to line their own fucking pockets, because they're being paid off by people even richer than them. That's why they don't care about this stuff. That's why it's been going on for decades. It's why it's been all hush-hush and never actually solved. But the politicians are getting paid, and to ignore this and say it doesn't happen because they get paid by these NGOs, or Quangos, specifically for the British term. Quangos doesn't just mean browns and other people, that, you know, third world kind of shit. Quango actually is the British term for NGOs. Quasi a non-government organization. I'm skipping the A in there. Okay, but you get my point. They also have their version of that over in Britain, and they're being paid off by that to just be hush hush. They don't care about what's happening. They just want the power. They just want the money, and they'll keep on importing more and more and more. It's all one big fraud scheme there. And then when you get to the lower levels, like the schools and the police, they're still getting paid off. Some of them are actively partaking, especially in the case of their stories of the police officers actively partaking in these rapes themselves. Though most of the time they are nuns, by the way, once again. Report the third world, become the third world. And of course, racism. Being scared of being called racist for actually pointing this out has become the huge cultural force at hand. Being racist is the ultimate sin in the West because we have put liberalism as the end-all be-all ideology where everyone is a blank slate. There is no such thing as different cultures and different religions. We're all good people at heart. And we can all just assimilate, hold hands, and sing Kumbaya no matter what. Even though you have the evidence staring right in front of you, because of the fact that being racist is the ultimate original sin, basically, doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, so they'd rather just live in denial. And so it just kind of combine them all together, and then you have decades of this. Decades of this. Here. Where was I at with this? Labor-dominated councils and MPs were briefed on the gangs long ago, yet later denied the knowledge. The party prioritized electoral reliance on Muslim voting blocs, then blocked or watered down inquiries, suppressed ethnicity data, and framed legitimate concerns as far-right agitation. When finally forced to act, the Labour government produced a national inquiry whose tightly drawn terms of reference deliberately excluded systemic examination of the demographic, cultural, and religious drivers. The Conservative Party, while in government, continued with Labour's approach and failed to impose mandatory ethnicity recording or launch a full statutory inquiry despite clear evidence from Rotherham and elsewhere. Scottish political parties have refused a dedicated inquiry and failed to record offender ethnicity. Political correctness, fear of accusation of racism, and fear of losing electoral support from certain demographics have taken precedent over the protection of British children. Whistleblowers, parents, and survivors who came forward showed extraordinary courage despite being met with the disbelief and intimidation. The perpetrators operate with impunity because the state enabled them. The evidence now demands immediate and decisive action to eradicate the problem, deliver justice for victims, and ensure these abhorrent crimes are eradicated from our shores. We now have a clearer sense of the problem. There are a number of measures necessary to resolve them, up to and including considerable changes to our criminal justice system, the passage of legislation aimed at targeting specifically gang-based CSE, and a great amount of institutional overhaul. Our detailed list of recommendations include improving data recording on ethno-religious patterns among offenders, far stronger sentencing, a comprehensive deportation effort, institutional accountability measures, multi-agency coordination, specialist training, enhanced safeguarding through greater family involvement, closing the various gaps in British law through which so many victims fell. Following the publication of this report, we intend to release the full witness testimonies, gather additional survivor accounts, identify those responsible in Parliament, and begin civil and private legal actions to ensure maximal accountability. Whew. Okay. Overview of crimes. Rape gangs have exploited children systemically across every region of the United Kingdom for decades. The independent chair of Centre for Excellence of Children's Care and Protection, Alexis Jane, have identified the 1970s as a decade when immigrant rape gangs first began tormenting the girls of Britain. However, the British Newspaper Archive reveals the first recorded case of specifically Pakistani rape gangs dates back to 1955, when four Bradford-based Pakistanis were charged with raping a 15-year-old girl from Middlesbrough. This was soon, after former colonial subjects from the subcontinent such as the Caribbean became eligible to enter the United Kingdom on non-trivial numbers under the British National Act 1948. That began as a singular small-scale incident became systemic and industrial over time. Because it is part of the culture. They hate you because you're white, and they want you dead. You can even just say it's revenge for the Caribbean. It has been 80 fucking years. And they're still going, and it's only getting worse and worse and worse. This is literally part and parcel of their culture. And the more you bring in, the more it will occur. So it literally is 40% of the region. These horrific crimes have only escalated in recent decades, especially following Tony Blair's 1997 victory and the start of orchestrated mass immigration. With greater numbers came greater opportunities for abuse. Perpetrators built organized networks that transported victims between towns and cities and passed girls between multiple adult men. and in each of these areas the same tactics were used. Girls as young as 11 were targeted with gifts, alcohol, drugs, collected in taxis from school gates, care homes and streets, and taken to houses, flats, restaurants, and hotels, then raped repeatedly by groups of men, passed between perpetrators, trafficked across county lines, and in many cases impregnated or forced into abortions. Most victims endured violence, were filmed or for blackmail, or told they were white trash or kafar who deserved punishment. Now, put a pin in the county lines section here. Now, it probably will be a minute until we actually get to it. Actually, we might get to it now, because we're not going to have time to do everything tonight. I can almost guarantee that. But basically, your usual suspect has walked into the conversation, saying county lines are phone lines, not border demarcations. You can't traffic people over them. Their rape game inquiry report is junk. Now, she is exactly who you think she is. In fact, leaning into the whole trope with her profile pic too. Because, yes, she is a tiny hat who tried to derail their rape gang inquiry and try to profit from it and make it all about herself, by the way. That's why she's making this video sitting on the inquiry, so it's actually worse than this egregious video here. Yeah. I figured we watch this as well, too. Because I haven't actually seen it myself, but within the first few seconds, this is her reaction to the inquiry, by the way. This is how she feels about the inquiry. Hearing all these stories of what happens to these young British girls, 250,000 of them, and she's smiling here. Yeah. Trying to use this whole county lines thing as to disprove it. But, might hold off on actually watching the video itself just to read more of the report here. The authorities at every level, including the police, social services, health services, schools, licensing bodies, and politicians, knew the patterns, possessed the intelligence, and still failed to protect the country's children. The evidence established that a national scandal of repeated rape, trafficking, torture, pregnancy, forced Islamic conversion, and lifelong trauma enabled by institutional denial, political calculation, and fear that accusation of racism took place over decades. The incidents of criminal activities listed on this report are drawn from court records, official and unofficial inquiries across the country, and witness testimony provided to the inquiry. They confirmed that this was never a series of isolated local failures. It is a coordinated, nationwide pattern of organized child sexual exploitation that repeated in town after town, city after city, from the far north to the south coast. The same ethnic and religious profile of the perpetrators was documented throughout almost all the witnesses who contacted the inquiry. The scale of the rape gang phenomenon is endemic across the entirety of Britain. The 250,000 figure originates directly from a statement of the House of Lords by Lord Pearson of Rannoch on 14th of May 2019. Do the government accept that if we extrapolate the nationally the J report on Rotherham and the other reports that tell for in Oxford, there appear to have been upwards of 250,000 young white girls raped this century, very largely by Muslim men, usually several times a day for years. He added that this number is probably an underestimate. This extrapolation now has greater support to the further data that has been collected, derived from scaling the patterns documented in major inquiries. Rotherham, J Report 2014, at least 1,400 girls abused between 1997 and 2013, with some updated estimates exceeding this. Perpetrators were overwhelmingly Pakistani Muslim men. Telfair Inquiry 2022, more than 1,000 children, predominantly girls, over decades, again with the same perpetrator profile. National footprint. The grooming model has been confirmed in dozens of towns and cities. Our independent inquiry, led by Rupert Lowe MP, has heard evidence demonstrating coordinated operations extending to all corners of the country, at least 149 local authority districts. See page 14 for the full map. When the Rotherham Telfair scandal is applied across documented national distribution and multiplied to the extreme underreporting factor accepted by official reviews, the total reaches 250,000 threshold as a bare minimum. And yes, it is still happening, by the way. It's happening right now as we speak. It is currently 1:36 a.m. in Britain right now, because they are 5 hours ahead of the eastern coast of America. And I can almost guarantee you with a 99.99999% certainty that there is a white British girl in Rotherham or Telford or London or one of these other places in Britain being raped and abused as we speak. Because it's still happening. It's not being stopped. Just because Rupert Lowe's put this inquiry to uncover this doesn't mean the actual police are getting involved to stop it. The politicians are not actually stopping this beyond Rupert Lowe making the inquiry in the first place. He doesn't even have the power to send the police force, or basically the military is what's needed, to go in and save these girls. Like, it's still happening. It is still happening. Yeah. In fact, actually, just to put it in scale even more so, I found this tweet here. I've been thinking this over for about 6 hours now. I moved past the blind fury and the hurt and can now speak calmly. From 1997 to 2013, roughly 5,600,000 white British girls have passed through the 11 to 18-year-old range. 250,000 of them are kidnapped, trafficked, and raped, tortured, and forced with violence to be raped by animals, killed, drugged, etc. by Pakistani men. That is 1 in 23 girls aged 11 to 18. 4.4% of that age cohort. On any given year, assuming the even distribution of abuse, any girl born between 1979 and 1995 had a 1 in 200 chance of being a victim. That means this abuse was slightly more common among this age cohort than school bullying. Let that really sink in. 1 in 23 girls aged 11 to 18. There's a 1 in 200 chance of being a victim. That is a ridiculously low percentage. Ridiculously high percentage right there. To become a victim if you're a white British girl in the past few decades. I know I have a lot of Brits that watch me, so I know I don't really stream at a good time for them. But chances are, without you even knowing it, you probably have actually met a victim or somebody who's been close to becoming a victim because of just the statistical average of everything here. It's almost impossible to even comprehend personally. And the chances are, you taught them and you don't even know what's happening because they've been forced into secrecy. They're too scared. They're too ashamed. This is actual real rape. Not the Western woman, monster fantasy kind of rape. Not the Western woman, oh, he looked at me strangely in the gym, and so that's rape. No, this is actual, legit, being kidnapped, forced into sex, being abused, having beer bottles shoved up the vagina, being branded, being tossed around by multiple different men. Actual legit rape happening here that does traumatize and scar these women for life. And they're not going to be normal. They might be a little bit more psychotic. They might be maybe a lot more psychotic than I should say for a regular woman. Chances are you probably actually met one of them based on these statistical averages here. It's not pretty. It is not pretty here. Bullying is a problem so common, we write it off as just part of growing up. Well, because it is actually part of growing up. It's actually natural to bully. But what's not natural is being gang raped by Pakistani men. And statistically speaking, more white British girls were being gang raped by Pakistanis than being bullied at school for 16 fucking years. And that's just one of the 16 time period. This has been going on since the 50s based off this report. Almost 100 years when you think about it. Just to put it in perspective there. I no longer give a single rancid shit about what the church teaches on immigration, racism, or just war. I no longer care about these people's souls. You cannot convince me that these beasts are human. Every single one of them needs to go. Not home, into the ground, round up every single Pakistani everywhere on earth we find them. And I cannot finish that sentence because YouTube would have me dead instead. They don't even deserve the comfort we afford dogs. Actually true. My dog laying at my feet right now is more wholesome and cute and beneficial to my life than a single Pakistani man just breathing air. Not one can even make not all Pakistani arguments. The perpetrators, friends, families, coworkers, etc. are all in it. Yes. It's part of their culture. It's essential to it. They participated, hid, and destroyed evidence, disposed of bodies. It's not a case of a few bad apples or rotten eggs. Remember, the inquiry said about 95% of them, and that's one of the good ones stepping in and saying something about it here. Supposedly. Supposedly here. It's a sprawling conspiracy by entire ethnic community to commit mass rape, torture, and murder. Mothers, brothers, fathers, sisters, cousins, every single co-ethnic of these people knew, covered for them, or actively assisted them. I'm not gonna be reading the rest of that stuff, but at the same time, you know, hey. But then, of course, some leftists had to come in and be like, wow, why does it lack serious credibility here? Rupert Lowe's NP June 2026 crowdfund document independent analysis. Not a statutory or independent official inquiry. Private initiative by sitting NP with no legal powers to compel evidence. Maybe that's because the actual government has failed us. Like, they are so loyal and lapdogs to the state, they can't recognize it that when the state fails you, the government fails you, and actually, you know, purposely screws you over, you have to take matters into your own hands. Within legal means. Which is what he was doing within legal means. Yeah. Crowdfunded by self-selecting donors but aligned with a specific political viewpoint. 600,000 pounds raised. Yes, once again, when the government fails you, you kind of have to take matters into your own hands. Why did the government not do this, huh? Is it because there's really nothing there? Or is it a case of the government investigated themselves and found nothing wrong? Why do you so blindly trust the government so much? That's a problem. But again, they're leftists, so of course they want to. They want more government power. It was when we replace God, then you have government instead. Headline: 250,000 plus victim figure, speculative exploitation, criticized as unreliable by fact checkers. Are we Snopes fact checking here? Because the rape gang inquiry actually has statistics and evidence here, especially when you once again do the math. Attributes realization primarily to Islamic theory. Ideology goes far beyond the evidence and official authorities. Jill Telford Casey. It's literally within their fucking religion. But no, more racism strikes again. Selective focus on the lack of balance on perpetrator demographics and data limitations. Well, guess what? A spade's a spade. If it looks like a duck, quacks like a duck, it's probably a fucking duck. And so when it's the vast majority of them are Pakistani Muslim men, well, maybe the problem is Pakistani Muslim men. I'm sorry, I have an IQ above 95 can understand per capita and understand pattern recognition, but clearly you do not. Mixes formal report format with emotive advocacy language and strong political accusations. Maybe because it's horrible stories that they had to hear about these girls, what has happened to these girls. And they need to emphasize it, not to make people desensitize what happened to these girls. Anonymized survivor testimonies collected without adversarial verification and peer review, published with no independent scrutiny. Once again, when the government and the NGOs are purposely making this happen in the first place to fill their own pockets, not actually caring about the civilization and the people themselves, then you're not going to be able to get independent scrutiny without people taking things in their own hands. Do you want a civil war? Or do you want to handle this peacefully? Yeah. Just ask yourself that. Important context: framing scandals involved group-based CSE are real and well-documented in official inquiries, representing a serious institutional failure. The specific report amplifies survivor voices, but does not make rigorous standards of neutral, evidence-based inquiry to the methodological and structural weaknesses. Yeah. Oh, well, it's actually, rape is bad. Grooming gangs are bad. We can't ignore Jay and Telford even more, even though we tried doing that for years. But But this one in particular is really, really bad. Don't listen to Rupert Lowe. Don't support reform. They're actually gonna solve this problem, even though they're the ones bringing this goddamn inquiry to everyone's faces as we speak here. There. But back to the actual report itself. Lordy and high. Every major review has emphasized that recorded statistics are real interstate reality. Did I read this already? I did not read this already. Baroness Casey National Audit on Group-Based Child Sexual Exploitation and Abuse, June 2025. The audit explicitly states that the scale, nature, and characteristic of the groups-based child sexual exploitation remain impossible to quantify precisely due to inconsistent data collection and historical suppression. independent inquiry into child sexual abuse, IICSA, and in multiple local inquiries, 2022 to 2025, it is simply not possible to know the scale because ethnicity group offending in historical cases routinely unrecorded or shelled to protect community cohesion. So remember this little factoid here. When you have a leftist saying why it lacks serious credibility because they don't want to actually acknowledge the government actually has failed them. They want to trust the science. A bit too much here. Overleaf is a heat map that portrays the various locations in which the inquiry can be assured the rape gangs operated. It is likely the true extent is far worse. Rape gangs operate/have operated in at least 149 local authority districts across the United Kingdom. Suspected versus confirmed. So suspected is in light, red is in confirmed areas. Yeah. Notice how it's mostly in the big cities too. But the countryside doesn't really have this problem because they don't have the multiculturalism just yet, but it is coming that way. It is coming that way. Like that infamous video, the famous video from a couple months ago, or a few months ago. We're like halfway through June, aren't we? Time's a concept. Where that one brownoid was tearing down that ancient, like, 1,000 year, sorry, was it 1,000 years? It was like quite a few centuries year old wall, just because he wanted to go over it. He didn't want to climb over it. He didn't want to walk a little bit to go around it where there was an opening. No, he was just tearing down the wall. Because. And all because it's because there's new social housing being put up in the countryside because they're running out of room in the cities and they want to enrich everybody there. So, if it's not already happening in these white spaces, which I almost can guarantee they are, on a very small scale, just like the 1955 case where there was a 15-year-old girl who was being raped by those men. Very small scale cases there. It's going to be happening soon unless Restore gets in power. Or something happens before Restore. Personally, I'm a fan of the latter, but I understand Restore is the last one that can actually save anything peacefully. There. That's basically the whole fucking country. Because remember, it's a tiny fucking island here for decades. Oh, that's... Jesus Christ. Ugh. And then think about all the people who live in the cities too, because like there's obviously civilization congregates in the cities, so there's way more of them there. Oh god, sorry. The more I think about this map, the worse it fucking gets. Jesus Christ. The scale of the tactics to perpetrate a profile and the systemic inaction were almost always identical everywhere. Britain did not face dozens of separate local scandals. It faced one national scandal that the state allowed to grow for decades. London. London stands exposed as the epicenter of the institutional denial and the grooming gang scandal. While northern towns faced public inquiries after the truth emerged, the capital maintained the wall of silence for years. Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, has repeatedly insisted there are no grooming gangs operating in the city. Well, of course, he's protecting his own. As our inquiry heard from Susan Hall, leader of the Conservatives in London Assembly, the rape gang phenomenon is in fact endemic within the capital. After challenging Khan about the presence of such gangs in London, Hall was inundated with calls from women and girls purporting to be victims of their predation. Ugh, sorry. It's just hard here. Khan describes evidence from whistleblowers as malicious and politically motivated. Yes, it is politically motivated because one side is strapping down, hunkering down, refusing to acknowledge it exists, saying la 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 la, you're all racist, sexist pigs. That doesn't actually happen. There is no Warren Bossing saying. And the other side is saying, yes, it actually is happening. Look at all these reports. Why are you ignoring them? So yes, it shouldn't be politically motivated. It should be one of the cases where the Unity Party actually should work together to get rid of it as the country ejects the poison from their system. But alas, it's not, because one side is clearly biased. Hell, even the Conservatives I count as part of the one side too, because they're just Labor going the speed limit. If every once in a blue moon, there'll be a good one that does at least some part. Even if they are a civ now, they can recognize, obviously, the rape gangs are a problem. Though we definitely need to punish them for being the sieve net, but right now is not the time. He told the London Assembly that the problem was far more complex than in other parts of the country and that young people were being exploited through county lines rather than organized group-based child exploitation. These statements were made despite the Metropolitan Police holding reports of young girls being plied with alcohol and drugs, then raped by groups of men in hotels and locations across the capital. A Daily Express investigation revealed that Khan had direct access to HM Inspectorate of Constabulary documents detailing exactly these patterns of offending. He read the files yet continued to deny the existence of the grooming in public. Well, that's for a multitude of reasons. One, he's protecting his own. Because Sadiq Khan is a foreigner, he's a non, he's not supposed to be there in the first place, and he is Muslim. And so by default, he actually supports this kind of stuff. Two, Labour Party, and once again, Uniparty just in general, being funded by these globalist industries and NGOs. Three, if he does actually admit it's real, there's probably going to be a riot on their hands. I mean, there's going to be a riot regardless of the case. Because the longer you suppress it, the more the people are going to be fired up, and then the more you're going to see more protests and things getting violent, like what happened in Ireland last week. But, the government coming out admitting that yes, we actually, not only did we not do anything about these rape gangs happening, but we actually actively supported them and brought these in to line our own pockets. Yeah, that's not gonna go over pretty well. And so all they can do is lie. You know, as I stole this from Sargon all those years ago, but I love this so much because it works perfectly. They're lying. We know they're lying. And yet they lie anyways. Actually, there's a little bit more to that too, but yes. Basically, they're liars through and through, and they can only do is lie because it saves their face as long as possible. Until eventually, it blows up. Hopefully. Hopefully here. Shadow Home Secretary Keir Phillip MP has accused Khan of facilitating a cover-up, and other politicians stated that both the mayor and Metropolitan Police have been denying grooming gangs in London. Campaigners, including whistleblower Maggie Oliver and Chris Wilde, described the capital as a last bastion of denial and warned the scale of the abuse there was more catastrophic than anywhere else in the country. Well, it's the capital, and it is like 36% white, if I remember correctly. It's in the 30s. It's pretty bad. It's pretty fucking bad here. The evidence now emerging confirms the warnings. In October 2025, the Metropolitan Police announced a review of 9,000 child sexual exploitation cases. 9,000? Is that within 1 year? Or is this in general? Because that's insane. The National Crime Agency launched Operation Beacon Port to examine thousands more files nationwide after initial assessments found human errors, missed lines of inquiry, and cases wrongly dropped. London forms a significant part of this backlog. A former Metropolitan Police detective has described the industrial scale of child prostitution and grooming in the capital, with authorities aware but opting for inaction due to a mixture of incompetence, laziness, and corruption. London has the largest Muslim population in Britain. Khan relies on significant electoral support from these communities, as well as having an ethno-religious motive to protect the public reputation of Pakistani Muslims in particular. Once again, protecting his own. Was why every single one needs to go. I don't care how good they are, I don't care how based they are. They need to go. Every single one. Widespread acknowledgement of organized networks of predominantly Pakistani Muslim men targeted vulnerable white girls would have shattered the narrative of community cohesion that successive London administrations, none more than Khan's, have promoted. As for others in authority, fear of being labeled racist paralyzed Metropolitan Police and City Hall in the same way it did in Rotherham and Rochdale before them. Though I think it's more than just being called racist, but that is a huge part of it. One anonymous whistleblower told us that boys as well as girls are especially a vulnerable target for criminal gangs, typically Albanian, Somali, or Turkish, operating in the capital. Yet the relevant bodies still refuse to collect data of ethnicity, willfully rendering themselves blind to the very behavioral patterns that are supposed to aid law enforcement in the pursuit of justice. The Metropolitan Police Review, the National Crime Agency operation, and the witness accounts pouring in to prove that group-based child sexual exploitation has thrived in our capital city. This inquiry records the failure without reservation. Khan and the senior leadership of the Metropolitan Police must answer for their role in the scandal. Until the capital confronts the truth with the same rigor now demanded elsewhere, the children of London remain at risk and the state remains complicit. Frankly, I think heads need their role. even the politicians, that's only when they actually hold them accountable. But, you know, what can I say? Oh god, okay. Now we're getting into the victim testimonies. I recommend a stiff drink. I don't like alcohol whatsoever. But I recommend getting something to sit down and prepare yourself for what's about to come ahead now that we're getting to the victim testimonies here. So, I don't want to take a break to read super chats from the victim testimonies, so catch up a little bit. Thank you, Philip, for the 1,000 more tokens over on Kick. I do support it. Thank you. Do not support it. What am I saying here? Thank you, regardless. Thank you for supporting me. That's what I was trying to say. That was what I was trying to say. I was trying to read through this because it is a doozy. Still feel a little bit weird taking money while going through this, but at the same time, I greatly appreciate it to get the word out. And thank you, Alaskan, for the 5,000 more, not 5,000, 500. I don't know numbers. My brain is already getting fried, and we're just getting to the victim testimonies here. Here, I have transcended fan posting. My legend is such that I only need to appear and you know what it will say. True, Zalaxon. Remember to do it. Remember, Fed post in the Rumble only chat. Keep the kick stream open so I can get my shekels, because, you know, well, I'm a hypocrite. But do the Fed posting in the Rumble chat, because we're gonna need it. Thank you, Father Joe II, for the 500 Bob tokens. Rape gangs, I don't think they exist, mate. Constable Cut. Oh yeah, I don't think that actually happened, mate. Here. Thank you, Cat Bear Curmudgeon, for the 50 warp tokens. Thank you. Here. Trust me, you're going to need a strong point of Everclear to know what's coming next from these victims' testimonies. Yeah, like I said, I've read them before. I've read some of them before, on separate streams when Rupert was, like, you know, posting different pieces of them to bring the lead up to this. I'll be honest, chat, and this is where I'm a little bit concerned for myself. This is gonna sound really bad and kind of selfish, but I think I'm desensitized. I guess we'll find out actually reading through this inquiry, but like actually going through the victims' testimonies. But I am worried I'm becoming desensitized a little bit too much from going through so many stories like this before, and being aware of this happening for about like 10 years now, more or less. Cause I've been, you know, I'm Sargon's top guy. I've been following him since the Gamergate days. So, I've been aware of this happening for a very, very long time. That doesn't really, like, shock me anymore. And I'm not exactly proud of that, I'll be honest, but for your own sake, please protect yourself and not become desensitized, because it's the wrong response to these things. It should not be so normal that you just kind of like, oh, well, there's another story. You know, like Callum used to do on his Twitter, you know, 0 days without a rape scandal happening that he did for like 3 months last year. It's almost been a year since he stopped doing it because it got so tiring there. Yeah. So let me get some more water. This is gonna be my stiff drink here, and then we'll get into it. Okay. Victim testimony. There are thousands of survivors who could have provided evidence to our inquiry team. Below is a summary of some of the testimony provided by our brave witnesses who spoke at the inquiry hearings. Some of the witnesses have to remain anonymous for their own safety. Understandable. Chloe. Throughout her early childhood, Chloe was a popular at school, performed well academically, and enjoyed an active social life. Although her parents separated when she was young, she describes her early upbringing as relatively stable. Following the separation, full custody of Chloe and her older brother was awarded to her father despite his alcoholism. Her mother, on the other hand, was often absent from her life and became homeless following the separation. Okay, so right off the bat, I know she said early upbringing is relatively stable, but like that's definitely not stable. Already, she is in a vulnerable position, basically put on the wrong foot starting her life. Divorced parents always have negative side effects on children, but then you add in the alcoholism from the father and the mother being so bad that the the custody was actually awarded to him, and then the mother being absent and homeless. Already, she's basically prime suspect to be used for a grooming gang. Like she's prime abuse a target right there, which is important to these stories because that's where they often go to them. Like a girl like her probably would have become some sort of druggie or prostitute, or some other problems, life in general. Maybe an alcoholic herself, because alcoholism runs in the family, as we can see. Something along those lines. Just based off before she was gang raped, she is now 100% permanently screwed beyond now here. Chloe recalls a generally secure and supportive home environment under the care of her father. However, following his sudden death just before her 10th birth, oh my god, it gets worse. Like, I like to dabble in psychology, right? I like to handle in armchair psychology, hence why I was able to extrapolate that much just from this paragraph alone, because statistically that's not in her favor. Like, this is where most of the cases happen here. But then he dies before her 10th birthday. And she moved in with her mother and her mother's new husband, a man she described as a pedophile by whom she was sexually abused. Okay. This is before the rape gangs come in too. Okay. Well. Just remember, chat, if you think your life is bad, there's always worse. Not to dismiss your own problems that you have, right? Because everyone's going through something. But there's always worse out there, no matter what. Holy shit. Chloe's mother caught her husband assaulting Chloe on many occasions, but did little to stop it. On one occasion, Chloe's mother caught her husband in the shower with Chloe, and instead of intervening, she closed the door and walked out. At this time, Chloe was 10 years old. The abuse soon escalated to rape. Chloe's stepfather supplied her with alcohol and cigarettes to keep her quiet, and she began smoking cannabis. Around the same time, Chloe started taunting and spending time in the local town center with a friend unsupervised. She describes groups of Muslim men, primarily Pakistanis, aged 28 to over 50, showing them attention, including wolf whistling and buying them alcohol. Many were taxi drivers who would take girls into their cars and drive them around town. At this stage, there was no sexual abuse, although the men's behavior were clearly inappropriate. Chloe and her friend, then in their final year of primary school, enjoyed being treated like adults. I kind of want to know the story about their friend, because Chloe being okay with this actually makes sense because it's what she's raised around, so she should actually know much better. There, because once again, like, the thing about childhood trauma and abuse is that it's cyclical. It basically creates its own here. And so by being in a situation like this, she is more willing to be open to drinking, alcohol at 10 years old and cigarettes, and being around older men that are treating her inappropriately, which will actually put her into, at best, prostitution, really. At worst, well, the gang rapes that are happening here. So she was screwed from the start. Her friend, I'm kind of curious, though this is why it's actually important to vet your children's friends, because who your child is friends with will deeply affect them for life. And even if you raise your child right in a very safe household, and you might feel bad for a kid like Chloe here, if you allow your child to be around a kid like Chloe, no matter, even though Chloe is the victim here, well, now your child's in a similar situation to Chloe and now being, well, treated like adults by these Muslim men. Just to kind of emphasize that a little bit more. Not trying to dismiss the great dreams. I'm not trying to change this to like a very different topic here, but what can I say? I'm a woman. I like psychology, and I find it absolutely fascinating how this kind of stuff works in in this case, a very twisted way. And it's important for your own kids, when you have them, if you don't have them already, to be aware of this kind of stuff, because obviously the government has fails and will continue to fail, and this is still going on, as we've already discussed. It's not going to change anytime soon. It's not going to change overnight. So you need to do what's best for you and your family. The grooming soon intensified. The provision of alcohol and takeaways was accompanied by emotional manipulation with the men, many of whom were related to one another, presenting themselves as sympathetic friends to Chloe. Ah, yes, you have a horrible home life. Let me take you away and make you feel better. And then actually make it a million times worse here. Chloe describes this process as the mapping out, are you a vulnerable person? Exactly 100% the case. Physical contact, including kisses and massages, became increasingly common. Meanwhile, the abuse by her stepfather at home worsened, and her mother was all but absent as a guardian. At this time, Chloe had an aunt and uncle who lived nearby, and she often sought refuge with them. She had spent holidays with them during her earlier childhood and felt that she could trust them. On one occasion, she had visited them while truanting, and before returning home, spending the day there while her mother and stepfather were at work. To Chloe's surprise, her uncle arrived at her house unannounced an hour later, and she invited him inside. After a brief conversation, Chloe's uncle sexually assaulted her. Chloe resisted, and he relented and left. So everybody involved's a piece of shit and should die. Like, I'm curious. The aunt and uncle, is it related to the mother's side? Because that would make a lot of sense, actually. That also would explain why the mother was actually okay with the stepfather too. Because once again, a lot of this is cyclical. If you're raised in an environment like this was normal and okay, you're gonna have an uncle that's gonna think it's okay to sexually assault children. You're gonna have a mother that's okay with your child being sexually assaulted because they think it's fine and okay, normal. That's about it. That's about it here. Like, it's something that needs to be really nipped in the bud. And creating a society that helps perpetrate this even more by having grooming gangs, for example, or single mothers, divorce becoming common. You know, it's and without actually having death penalty for pedophiles and people like this in general. Yeah, it's going to become worse and worse and worse until it's actually a problem. The problem's actually solved. She told her mother about the assault, and her mother reported to the police. Police accused Chloe of lying, and no further action was taken. Interesting that the mother actually reported it to the police for the uncle, but not for the stepfather, and she didn't tell her mother about the Muslim men. Just a little bit strange there. Until this incident, she had regarded her uncle as one of the best people in her life. Afterwards, there was no adults left Chloe could confide in or seek support from. Increasingly isolated, she became more deeply involved with the groups of Muslim men she encountered in the town center. They probably seemed like angels to her compared to her family life, because they were actually treating her nicely. Until they started not treating her nicely here. One evening, Chloe's friend suggested that they travel to a nearby town where one of the men had a hotel room. They were picked up by the man, who was drunk and under the influence of drugs, and taken to the hotel. When they arrived, hotel staff saw them but did not intervene. In the room, the girls were given a potent strain of cannabis, which left Chloe, then 11, absolutely smashed. Chloe's friend was taken into another room by a group of men, and Chloe was groped by the man who remained. Chloe resisted, and he hit her. The man did not attempt to sexually assault her again, and instead threw the girls, both who were still intoxicated, out of the hotel and refused to drive them back to their hometown. They were forced to walk. It was around midnight. Chloe did not want to go back to her home, as she feared her mother would beat her for being out late, so she stayed with her friend. Everyone in this story needs to die. Except for Chloe and her friend. But everybody in the story needs to die. In the early hours of the morning, Chloe was collected from her friend's house by the police after her mother reported her missing. Chloe lied to the police and her mother about where she had been. Chloe's mother grounded her for a month, meaning she was stuck at home with a predatory stepfather, a period which she describes as torture. The mother actually gets involved and does something horrible. What a shock. After the month passed, Chloe arranged to see her friend, who boasted that she had a new boyfriend. Chloe left the house to meet her, and the girls picked up by the boyfriend, who was in fact a 25-year-old Indian man. Once again, it's not just the Pakistanis. We need to highly focus on them, and them being Muslim in particular, but it's all the nuns. Indians, Somalians, Haitians, Nigerians, whatever the case is, they are partaking in this because they hate white people and are benefiting from the system and can do whatever they want and get away with it. Just to point it out there here. Initially, Chloe thought the man was nice, kosher than the other men she had met in the town center. He took Chloe and her friend to a shop where he purchased a bottle of vodka before picking up one of his friends and taking the girls to a secluded location. During the journey, the men began pressuring the girls for sex. Chloe refused, thinking that she was on her period, but then the men replied that it did not matter. Night was falling when they arrived, and the boyfriend took Chloe's friend out of the car, leaving Chloe alone with the other man. He proceeded to rape her on the back seats. This incident took place in 2003. In 2022, Chloe took the two men to court, but neither were found guilty. Well, unfortunately, the issue is the fact that it's been almost 20 years later, and they're nuns, and, well, the system works in their favor and not her as the actual victim here. I was about to ask, I wonder how her life actually was like after this all occurred. But, yeah, from this moment, Chloe's life spiraled. At 12 years old, she began drinking heavily, smoking large amounts of cannabis, taking harder drugs, including ecstasy, anything to block it out of her mind. She would drink before school just to get through the day, and her attendance dropped significantly. She and her friend would spend school hours in the town center, walking around until somebody picked them in their car, somebody bought them alcohol, or someone gave them drugs. Basically being prostitutes. There were times when Chloe would be missing for up to 3 days, during which she was passed between taxis, drug abuse, and raped. In every case, the perpetrators were Muslim, primarily Pakistani. On one occasion, Chloe was abducted by an abuser who was driving drunk and taken to a graveyard. He gave Chloe, still 12 years old, whiskey before forcing himself up on her and raping her. He withdrew before ejaculation and forced the empty whiskey bottle into Chloe's vagina, where it shattered. Chloe admitted herself into A&E, but no questions were asked about how she had sustained such injury. She was examined, glass was removed, and she was discharged. Chloe was questioned by the police due to her absence on a number of occasions. Each time she was asked where she had been, who she had been with, and what she had been doing. She replied that she had been having sex with adult males in cars. Rather than opening an investigation and pursuing her abusers, the police dismissed Chloe as a prostitute. They asked her whether she was consenting to sexual activity, and despite Chloe telling them that she didn't know the definition of the word of consent, they reported that she had been. I'm just saying, there might be a problem when the 12-year-old is acting like a prostitute. Like I said, she's basically like a prostitute, but she is 12 years old. She's a child prostitute. That means the family has failed her, which they have. The people around her have failed her, which they have. The system has failed her, which she has. Like, it's not normal for a child to be a prostitute in the Western world. It is where these third world shitholes come from, right? These people that come in. But not in the Western world. So the police just be like, oh, well, you're 12 years old and you're a prostitute? No big deal. Whatever here. It is what it is. Whatever. You know, just have a wine bottle shoved up her vagina. No big deal. It's normal here. Another day that ends on Y. Oh, cool. And like, of course she doesn't know what the word consent means. She's been assaulted basically her entire life. Like, to her, that she's just meat. She's just an object. Like, she doesn't know what it's like to be like, hey, you want to have sex? It's more like, here, have all these drugs, and now I'm inside you. At best, by the way, a lot of these girls, including her, are actually being beaten. You know, and while they're being drugged and raped in this case. So yes, of course she doesn't know what consent means. The police found Chloe, as well as other missing children, in cars with the gang members on multiple occasions, but let the gang members go without so much as questioning them. On one occasion, Chloe was in the town center and was identified as a missing child by a police officer who questioned where she had been. Chloe told this police officer about the full extent of the abuse, and the response of the police officer was nothing could be done, and Chloe was let go. Because that's the thing. Like, the police can't actually really do anything about it. For a multitude of reasons. One, it's considered racist to do anything about it, because the most important thing to our liberal paradigm is to treat everybody as equal, blank slates, and if you dare try to suggest that different cultures are, well, different and not all equal to each other, then you are cast out and shunned, even if these different cultures are raping and drugging these girls on a daily basis. But that's fine. The police can't do anything about it because there's actually people within the police force that are partaking in these rape gangs or being paid off by them, and or both here. The police can't do anything about it because the government, the local government, even all the way up to Westminster, are actively working with these NGOs to bring these more people in. And so they're working with the courts to dismiss these cases as well. So the police officer is correct. Nothing could be done because it's rotten from the core. It is top down, bottom up. Endless corruption that is occurring here. So yes, nothing could be done because the whole entire system is completely ruined. And it needs to be dismantled and rebuilt. After being burnt down the ground a few dozen times to cleanse it. In response to her truancy and deteriorating behavior, the school regularly placed Chloe in isolation and compelled her to attend additional after-school classes every day. This did little to improve her emotional state, and she continued to spend time with her friend and her friend's boyfriend. This went on for a number of years. The boyfriend would supply the girls with alcohol and drugs, as well as introducing them to his friends, who were exclusively South Asian men. On one occasion, he took the girls to his place of work, a textiles factory, where he raped Chloe. Following this incident, Chloe stopped spending time with her friend, who, up until this point, had accompanied her throughout her exploitation. I have a feeling the friend probably wasn't exactly happy her boyfriend was more or less cheating on her with her best friend. Though, obviously, that's like it really matters when they're being passed around by other men too, but, you know. By this time, Chloe had been so accustomed to her lifestyle of spending time with the Muslim gangs that she continued to do so without her friend. On one occasion, following another late return home, her mother grounded her for 2 months. Fearing further abuse from her stepfather, Chloe walked to a nearby social services office while her mother was at work and reported him. Chloe was interviewed by the social workers about the abuse. After which her mother and stepfather were arrested and questioned. Both denied the abuse was taking place and were released without charge. Of course they denied it. The government investigated found there's nothing wrong. Of course they fucking denied it. That's what they do. You commit a crime, you say you didn't commit a crime because you're trying to get out from committing the crime. Like, it's not that hard, but okay, whatever. Like, I was actually hoping something could maybe be done about the mother and stepfather because I'm assuming they're white, right? I know the mother is white. I'm assuming the stepfather is also white in this case. So I was hoping that something would be done because, you know, the system actually hates white people with a passion. And they deserve to be locked up too. You know, for it. Not like the Muslims are much better. They should be the first ones to get the head rolled, but still. I also want to point out too that she feels safer being gang raped by Muslims and having a whiskey bottle shoved up her vagina by one of them than staying at home and being grounded for 2 months and being around her stepfather. Like, I know we're mostly focusing on the Muslim rape gangs, but I want to know what more the stepfather did other than, you know, also assault her in the shower scene. For the point, like, maybe because she's the origin of it? And that's why? Versus being passed around by strange men doesn't have that emotional connection. Like, she has that freedom to do whatever she wants. Because she's choosing to do drugs and be around these men versus not being choosing around her father. Like, I'm probably looking way too into this and I think it's really necessary here. But once again, the armchair psychology part of me is coming out because rather being around Muslim men and being raped and having whiskey bottles shoved up your vagina is better than being around your stepfather, who's also sexually assaulting you, but still, it's insane here. Chloe made further appeals to social services and was eventually removed from the house and placed in foster care. She lived with a couple who cared for several other foster children, and though she found them snobby and judgmental, found some semblance of stability with them. But they did not last long. She was still living in the same town, so when she went to the town center, as she often did both alone and with the foster carers, the Muslim gangs would recognize and target her. She remained at the same school, and because she now lived further away, the foster carers paid for taxis to take her there. She would ask the taxi drivers to drop her off near the school, and rather than attending, walk to one of the neighborhoods where the Muslim gangs spent their time. The gangs would take her into the taxis, ply her with drugs and alcohol, and sexually abuse her. The very definition of groomed. Like, the fact that school would have been relatively safe, right? Because she should be more or less around her own, probably some diversity there, right? Away from the drugs and alcohol, away from the sexual abuse. But she technically chooses to go with the Muslim men instead. That's the very at 13 years old. That's the very definition of groomed. And nobody, like she like it's one of those cases where childhood trauma and just trauma in general, especially when it comes to women, where they choose a life of instability because stability is scary. They're always worried they're going to like lose it again. And so they become very self-destructive and basically destroy that stability before it can actually be taken away from them. They live off the thrill and the problems, the fighting, in this case the drugs, the alcohol, the abuse. And she's already gotten to this state at 12 to 13 years old after years of this too. And this is normal. Absolutely normal. Totally fine and dandy. Okay, no big deal. Stockholm Syndrome. Yes, exactly. This is why you can't fix her. Exactly. Yeah. Like, I'm not saying that she's choosing this. Like, I'm not trying to push the blame on her because she's, 12 to 13 years old around this time period. But the psychology of how this works is, to me, one, fascinating, like I've already said, and two, very important to understand and recognize with how this works to try to prevent this from happening to your own family and friends and to other people that are around you too. Because there's no way to fix this unless you completely remove them from the situation entirely. Years of therapy, and frankly, there's probably no actual way to fully fix them because they're probably screwed for life. Like 9 times out of 10, they are legitimately just gone at that point. The only thing you can really do is just try to take them out of the situation, give them as much help as possible, try to give them a relatively nice life, and then also make sure that they don't breed because once again, this stuff is cyclical and it will cause problems. Life is completely destroyed before she's actually legitimately a teen. Because now we're getting to the path where she's around the age of 13. Now she's 13. Chloe disclosed on social services that she was being sexually abused by gangs of Muslim men. In response, social services did not intervene, but rather talked to Chloe about contraception and sexual health. One social worker started regularly taking Chloe to a sexual health clinic, where she was diagnosed with chlamydia in her throat and vagina, gonorrhea, genital warts, and pelvic inflammatory disease. Oh my god. She's like a petri dish at this point. I don't think it's normal that a 13-year-old's a petri dish for a bunch of STDs. Neither the social workers on the clinic staff questioned or reported this. The police were aware of Chloe's activities, but instead of targeting those responsible for her abuse, they routinely failed to question them, let alone pursue further action, when Chloe was found in cars and houses with them. Chloe was soon moved to a different foster placement with a far more protective care. On one occasion, a gang came to the foster home searching for Chloe, and the carer fought them in the street to protect her. Did the carer get arrested? Because I wouldn't be surprised here. Around the time Chloe turned 14, a social worker approached her about her ongoing sexual exploitation. It was one of the first time this has happened, and Chloe was relieved that her abuse was finally being addressed. However, rather than being offered a solution, the social worker instead told Chloe that the producers of Emmerdale were looking for a young actress to play a victim of child exploitation, and asked whether she'd be interested in auditioning the role given her experience. Yes, I know you've been abused since you're a young lass here, I know you're a petri dish for a bunch of STDs. I know that you've basically taken every single drug under the sun and you're only just 13, 14 years old here. I know this is, very normal for you, and, this is totally not how we're actually supposed to handle things at all, because I'm a social worker. I'm supposed to actually help you from these situations. But would you like to become a star? Would you like to go the Hollywood route of grooming gangs instead? It would be a life of activities for you here. The fuck? Who in their right mind does that? definitely targets victims. But once again, there's a cycle of abuse that happens here, and it's really easy to take kids from abusive homes like this. I get it's not actually Hollywood because it's this Emmerdale kind of stuff, but like this is making things worse by playing into that trope. Like, and then like what like ah yes, and I know you're still a prostitute basically, even though you're 14 years old and there's no such thing as a child prostitute. That's being just child abuse. But hey, would you like to become a star? Okay. I don't even, like, I'm sorry, I can't get over this. Like, I thought I became desensitized to a lot of stuff. I'm like desensitized to like the rape, the whiskey bottle, you know, and various other stuff about this kind of thing. But like when you add in the little, you know, the little sweet stuff, right? The little spice to kind of make each experience a little bit more unique, right? Would you like to become a star? It's just like, okay then. Following this exchange, Chloe, upset, angry, and a state of disbelief. Me too, buddy. Ran away from the foster home and, after being abducted by a Muslim gang, was missing for 6 months. I know she's 14 and a victim, and I can't sadly blame her for this, but running away from the foster home was actually treating her right than being abducted by a Muslim gang is probably not the best way to handle the situation, but I get it, 14, she's a victim, can't blame her for this, but, I mean, when a social worker comes to you and be like, yes, but oh, I'll make you the new Zendaya. Okay. Over this period, she was trafficked across the length and breadth of Britain. Gosh, she really is becoming a star now. She was taken to house after house and raped and abused by guy after guy after guy after guy. The men who abused her paid money to the gang, which treated her as little more than a commodity. She was reported missing and her photograph was shown on TV. Her abusers remarked on this. You're that girl off the TV that's missing, but her whereabouts were never reported to the police. The Chloe describes a cycle of grooming, rape, and drug and alcohol abuse. This went on until eventually she was located by the police. When the police found her, she was in a car with a South Asian Muslim man. Actually, I think I remember reading this from one of the snippets of the inquiry that's been shown before. And, it's just as bad as you can imagine here. When the police found her, she was in a car with a South Asian Muslim man. The man was let go without charge, and she returned to her mother's house. Chloe's relationship with her mother had completely broken down at that point. I'm surprised it still existed, like, really. So she continued to run away, and her psychological state deteriorated further. Following in our period of grooming and sexual exploitation by a Muslim gang, Chloe was taken into police custody and transferred to a secure unit at a children's home. She describes the home as being like a prison. Every aspect of her life was controlled and surveilled, and she was routinely subject to bodily examinations, including full cavity searches. I can't really blame her? Blame them, though? Chloe found the experience highly traumatic. I mean, I'm sure it probably was not exactly the best experience for her, but, like, it makes sense. She's a secure unit at a children's home. She's been abused her entire life. She's been a child prostitute for years now. And she's a patriotist for STDs. So, like, and she's doing, and a lot of the stuff she's doing on her own volition. It's important to keep this in mind. Right? I'm not trying to blame her. I'm not trying to victim blame. But she's running away from home and going to these gangs on purpose because it's the only sense of freedom, of control that she feels like she has, where she's choosing to go to them instead of what's actually happening where they're the ones grooming her instead. It's part of the grooming experience. So she probably feels it highly traumatic because she has lost all her autonomy. But it's necessary because she's the one choosing to do so, and when she's not choosing to do so, she's the one being kidnapped by these gangs, like one of the stories earlier from the paragraphs where they come to the foster home looking for her here. So like, she does need to be controlled and surveilled because she's a harm to herself and she's being harmed by others. Like, this is actually a good thing. Though, at the same time, I am worried about the children's home because usually foster system actually fails children and actually puts them in situations that are worse. So actually a lot of times worse than where they actually came from, which has more or less already happened in the story already. There. She remained there for 9 months, by which time she was almost 15. Social services determined that she was well enough to be released, and she was placed in foster care not far from where she's been living before. Chloe describes the new carers as a positive and encouraging presence in her life, and in spite of her proximity to the sites of her abuse and exploitation, Chloe found stability and security living with them. She enrolled in a full-time hairdressing and beauty course at a nearby college, and for 2 years, Chloe describes her life as fantastic. Okay, so basically, I know, like, this kind of proves my point. Like, she considers the experience highly traumatic, but it sounds like it was able to clear her system of the drugs, keep her out of the grooming gang's reach, control, like, and her own self-harm, basically. And so therefore she became stable, got these new carers that actually were trying to help her too, and basically, like, reset her to be relatively normal as possible. Hence why that's fantastic. Like, those are the best 2 years of her life. But it only lasts for 2 years because, since she is a victim and been groomed and has lots of trauma, as Chloe approached her 18th birthday, social services notified her that the foster care would soon end. They identified a house for her, and after parting ways with her carer, she moved in and got a real-field job to support herself. Despite having little experience taking care of herself, Chloe's life remained generally stable through this period. Eventually, Chloe re-established contact with a friend from whom she had been abused with as a young child. She invited her over to her house, and when she arrived, she's accompanied by a group of Muslim men, all whom remembered Chloe from past abuse. You cannot put victims back in the situation again. And she should never have contacted her friend, because her friend's just as damaged, if not worse than her. Actually worse than her, because she's still in contact with the Muslim men. She had an out. And I'm not blaming her for this, even though she's technically 18 at this time. Because once again, she's been completely ruined by all the abuse she's been through. But it comes back if you don't let it go. And that's exactly what has happened. Immediately, Chloe's life was thrown back into chaos. The men refused to leave, and in Chloe's words, it was no longer my quiet little house. It was their house. They smashed windows, kicked in doors, and left the house an absolute wreck, and sexually abused Chloe. One of the men, a previous abuser, pinned her down, pulled his trouser down, and sat on her face, orally raping her on her own sofa as the rest of the gang watched. Chloe's returned to drugs and alcohol to cope. Lifelong abuse. She was able to get clean for a few years, but all it takes is one instant and you're back. Though she was still working in retail, her ability to work was rapidly declining. During one shift, one of her colleagues, someone who was friends with, jokingly pinched her bottom. Chloe, traumatized by the years of abuse, punched him in the face in the middle of the shop. She was brought before management and tried to argue her case, but was fired. That's actually kind of interesting, because usually that would be sexual assaults in the workplace. And the guy would be fired. But we're talking... She was, like, I think 11 in 2003. And if she's 18 in the story at this point, then that would put her at 2008. So time was a little bit different then, but still not great. And not like the guy should be fired either, by the way. But, and I get, obviously, punching him in the face, but... Yeah, well, left with no income, Chloe spiraled further. The Muslim gang was still occupying her house, and with nowhere else to go and no ability to remove them, she remained there with them. They routinely drugged, abused, and raped her, including with objects including soft canned drinks, keys, and a baseball bat. Yeah, that friend's awful. This is once again, this is why you have to be very careful about who your kids are friends with. Because she reached out to her friend and be like, hey, I got my life all together, and the friend made it far worse. Now, I do wonder if Chloe was made the friend worse in the first place, but we don't know the friend's testimony, so, you know, we can't really judge from there. But it's cyclical. It goes in cycles. And now, here we are. Before long, they started to pay her bills to consolidate their presence in her home. On other occasions, they brought young children to Chloe's house to abuse them, which now makes her part of the culprit. Chloe recalls a number of occasions when boys under the age of 18 from the Muslim community were pressured and bullied by their older friends and relatives into raping her. Well, once again, part of the culture. And they're working together, by the way. Once again, when I keep on stating that it's within their culture, this is how they are, this is in their religion. Like this is one of the things I mean. Think about it, chat. Can you find, if you talk to your brother or your father, your friends, right, your co-workers, and be like, hey, I got this 13-year-old girl at my place, do you want to rape her? They'll be like, what's wrong with you two? They would report you to the police. But it's the whole entire community, because it's all the older men teaching the younger men to do this exact same thing. They continue on the cycle of abuse. It's the Muslim woman covering for them and okaying this as well, and basically providing for the men in the home life, knowing full well that they're going out and raping these girls. It's with 100% within the community, and they're all at fault. Every single one of them here. If you were to do such a thing, well, you'd be behind bars before the sun rises here. Chloe was forced to commit crimes, including insurance fraud and the holding of drugs. On one occasion, she contacted the police to report an assault that was taking place in her house, and when they arrived, Chloe was threatened with arrest rather than the gang members of the property was registered in her name. Of course, they're going after the white British girl and not the actual Muslims, because it's an easier target here. One evening, an associate of the gang from the neighboring town arrived at the house. A notorious sex trafficker, he soon began taking Chloe to bars and nightclubs in the surrounding area. There, he would spike her with heroin before handing her over to men sexually assaulted and raped her. Chloe became addicted to opiates and her health deteriorated rapidly. She became anorexic, weighing just 5 stone at the age of 18. I'm too American to know what 5 stones are, but I'm assuming that's a lot, like, very tiny. Very, very tiny here. Can one of the Euros in chat please translate into burgers and eagles, please? The use of heroin was a method controlled by the gang, and it left her with no ability to defend herself physically. Her daily existence became a relentless cycle of rape, exploitation, and violence. And heroin's one hell of a drug that you can't actually really get off of. It's almost impossible to get a stop taking heroin once you get hooked on it. 70 pounds? 70 pounds? What is there to rape? That's just skin and bone. Then again, they're such fucking creatures. Once again, I don't even want to call them animals. Animals have more decency than they do. That they take basically any hole at anything they can do just because. 70 fucking pounds. Like, think corpse? Yeah, that basically is a fucking corpse. Holy shit. Okay. Jesus Christ. Eventually, a social worker visited Chloe and was shocked by both her appearance and the conditions which she was living. Concerned for her welfare, she took Chloe to an addiction clinic, where tests revealed extremely high concentration of opiates in her system. Chloe was prescribed medication to manage her opioid dependency and Chloe was prescribed medication to manage her opioid dependency and gradually weaned herself off the drugs. Around this time, Chloe reconnected with a childhood friend, and their friendship soon developed into a romantic relationship. Her boyfriend became aware of the ongoing abuse, and with the help of his father, paid off Chloe's remaining rent and moved her out of the squalid house. Chloe moved in with him, after which she got a job in retail. For a short period, Chloe's life was relatively stable, but due to her unresolved trauma, she soon turned back to drinking, drank heavily, smoking cannabis, and gambling. Yep. Yeah. See, at this point, she's an adult. Technically, it's her responsibility to take care of herself, more or less. But chat, once again, I don't mean to dismiss what she's been through here, but for your own sake as men, do not, under any circumstances, no matter how tragic the story is, get with a girl who's been sexually abused as a child and on drugs, alcoholism, the whole shebang, okay? It sucks. She's a victim. She's got a host of problems, and her life should not have been that way. But do not, under circumstances, get with a girl like this. Hell, was an alcoholic at a young age too, or did drugs at a young age. Like, we're talking 12, 13, preteen kind of stuff. Do not, because there is no fixing them. They are addicts for life. They are fucked for life. Chloe is not like a bad person, right? I'm proud of her for making this testimony here. But you cannot fix them because it takes one bad day or around the wrong people or in the wrong area and they cycle back. They are unfixable. It's harsh. It is cruel. But for your own sake, do not get with women, or actually not just get with women. Do not be around people like this. Like, if they're coworkers, stay 10 feet away bare minimum. Do not become friends. They'll drag you into their drama, needing you to pay their bills, all the whole thing, right? Like in this case, the father's helped paid off her rent, right? You are risking your life to try to fix somebody who is unfixable. The only way this could have been fixed is she actually had a stable life from the very beginning, but that was not the case. It sucks. She's a victim. But there's no saving her. And the only thing we can do at this point in time is try to prevent more girls from turning into her. Which is not happening at the moment. The inquiry is a good start. It's a good start. But it's still happening as we fucking speak. It is almost, 3 a.m. in Britain? And there's a young white girl being raped as we speak. I can guarantee it right now. And she's unfixable too. The only thing you can do is try to help prevent this from happening in the future. That's it. That's the only way to fix society. Here. I can't fix her, but I can't get justice for her. Exactly. Take her story, charge full feet ahead with the pitchforks and fire blazing here to try to prevent more girls from turning into her. Don't let her life and trauma be in vain, but remember, don't sacrifice your own life to try to fix her as well at the same time. I'm probably not explaining this properly. I'm probably coming across as too callous and harsh. But I see this happening way too often in the modern world because so many people in general are being raised in horrible households here. Because of how awful our modern society has become. And obviously there's limitations, right? Like we're gonna have to take some for the team. Because it's almost every single woman has some sort of problem thanks to the high divorce rate, single motherhood, and various other things like that too. TikTok, SSRIs, and birth control. Those are drugs. Those are drugs that fuck up women's bodies too. And that's pretty much what every single woman's on, right? So there's definitely going to be some problems, regardless of the cases. But you can choose which damsel in distress you want to save. Do not save this one. Just use her story to save future ones from becoming here. I think it's just, okay, not to kind of continue beating this horse, but I think it's because the whole I can fix her meme or girl failure meme is really popular. And you're better off being alone than trying to do that. I'll stop that. I'll stop this little tangent there because, yeah. Her workplace was close to her first foster home, and before long, she came back into contact with members of the gang that abused her at that time. The cycle of grooming, exploitation, and abuse soon resumed. Her relationship with her boyfriend broke down, and out of desperation, she reestablished contact with her mother, who had left her predatory husband, and soon moved back in with her. Yeah, like I said, there's no fixing. One night, Chloe was out with members of the gang and drinking heavily. Upon her return to her mother's house, her mother reported her to the police. Police arrested Chloe while she was changing her pajamas, and she was taken to the police station half drunk and half naked. They couldn't at least let her put on a shirt or pants or whatever the case is. Like, it doesn't really take much time. Like, she might have been resisting arrest because she was drunk and her mother called the cops on her, but like, at least put some clothes on her. What the fuck? She was kept in a cell until 2 a.m. the following morning, at which point she was released. They did not provide her with any clothes or transportation back to her mother's house. Bruh! So she had to walk back half naked? She tried to contact her ex-boyfriend, but he did not respond. Understandably so. Because, once again, there's no fixing her. There's no helping her. I know it sounds harsh and cruel, but as soon as you let them back into your life, they're going to try to ruin it all over again. Chloe, then 19, was left stranded. She wandered around the neighborhood for several hours before encountering a gang member who previously abused her. Cold and desperate, she got into his car and for the following weeks was trafficked across the country. Eventually, Chloe identified a new house to move into. Despite their dysfunctional relationship, her mother agreed to sign the rental agreement as Chloe's guarantor, as Chloe, then without income, knew she would not be able to afford the rent. After she moved in, she became aware of the fact that she was the only white British person in her neighborhood. Every other resident was South Asian. As a result, the gangs discovered where she was living because they're all working together. It's all within their religion, it's all within their community, it's all within their culture. And so they tell on each other and help each other and hide things for each other. And once again treated her house as if it was their own. The cycle of abuse continued, and Chloe's emotional state deteriorated significantly. Chloe was taken to the hospital after a suicide attempt, and while there, she discovered she was pregnant. I was just like, when is the story ending? Because it's just getting worse. Just when you think it's bad, it just gets worse. The father of the child, a Pakistani Muslim illegal immigrant, moved into Chloe's home. Chloe was subsequently coerced into converting to Islam and forced into marriage, both to legitimize the pregnancy in the eyes of her abuser and to assist him in securing a visa. Chloe's behavior became tightly controlled. She was forced to wear hijab, and she was prohibited from looking out the windows of her home, and if she misbehaved in the eyes of her husband, he would beat her black and blue, something that happened every day. Chloe's child was born with multiple health problems, including defective kidney, due to the deteriorated condition of Chloe's womb as a result of sexual abuse. Nevertheless, becoming a mother gave Chloe a renewed determination to get her life back on track. She reported the father of her child to police after he assaulted the child, and he was removed from the property. She stopped taking drugs, she was focused, and for the first time the gangs left her alone. Why did the gangs leave her alone? Because they've been controlling her basically her entire life now. I get that the police removed him from the property, but didn't say he was arrested, didn't say he was jailed or trialed or anything along those lines. Just removed from the property. Why did the gangs leave her alone? They don't leave people alone. The only thing I can think of is that she's now used goods now that she's pregnant and was married to a guy. That's the only thing I can think of, because they do kind of have that mentality there. Or like, as one of them's finally married, they don't really touch the other guy's woman. And that's about it. Interesting here. Interesting. Yeah, because she converted, yeah, too old for them, pregnant or married, yeah. So since she was technically pregnant and married, that's why. Oh, congratulations, chat. We found the solution to the rape gang. Just make sure we get every single white British girl married to a Muslim man and pregnant. That's totally not gonna have any problems at all, will it? One evening, she went out with a friend who lived across the road. Chloe, now a mother, did not drink heavily, but her friend became heavily intoxicated. A group of Asian men started speaking to them and offered to take Chloe and her friend home. Chloe was suspicious of them, but for the sake of her friend, agreed. So taking them home, however, they were taken to a hotel. Chloe, who was not drunk, protested and encouraged her friend, who was paralytic, to leave with her. Chloe warned her friend about what she suspected was going to happen, but her friend refused to leave. Chloe, thinking of her daughter and seeking to protect herself, reluctantly left without her. The following day, Chloe's friend told Chloe what she'd been raped by the men. Surprise, surprise. This incident represented a turning point in Chloe's life. She decided that she needed to leave her hometown for good and get as far away from these Asian men as possible. By chance, she reconnected on Facebook with a man she had known in her early childhood, an old colleague of her mother, who she described as the only adult man, one of the only adult men in my life who never harmed me or treated me badly. She told him about everything she had been through and her desire to leave. He lived in Scotland and she was invited to visit him for the weekend, which she did. That was a risk that he fucking took here. After returning home, she sought to support Women's Aid, who managed to secure her property in Scotland. With nothing but her daughter in a small bag, she left her hometown, leaving lifetime of abuse and exploitation behind, and moved to Scotland, where she resides to this day. Chloe personally knows at least 20 other girls from her area who were predated on by the Muslim gangs who abused her. The pattern was always the same. grooming, drugging, trafficking, abuse, and rape. Furthermore, Chloe describes being taken to the mosque where imams were described non-Muslims as infidels, and pretty sure white women who dressed inappropriately were free game. Exactly. Chloe believes that the local police, soldiers, NHS, and government were all fully aware of what was happening, including the racialized nature of the crimes, but that they did not intervene for 2 reasons. Because they could not be bothered with the paperwork, and because they did not want to be seen as racist. Also because they're being paid off and partaking in the same thing. Chloe blames these bodies, and for their major push for diversity, for her abuse. Chloe says that if I can save even just one more child, girl or boy, from going through any of this, then I've done my job. Which, I appreciate her effort, right? Like, I might sound a bit harsh to her, but I'm glad by that sounds of it, by moving to Scotland, she's able to kind of get away from that. So Scotland doesn't have the same extent. If we look at the map again, it's still happening, right? But not to the same extent as Britain is, right? Because here, basically, sorry, not Britain, sorry, England, specifically, England here. But then Scotland is up here. So it's definitely still happening, but it's not, yeah, it's, you know, bit of different country here. There's more space, I guess, to be free. it's not as common, also lower population. Like, this is the confirmed. It looks like a big rig chunk, but remember, there's less people here than there are down here in London. So it's kind of important to put these little factors at hand when looking at this map. But yes, she's gonna be basically an alcoholic and a druggie for life, because that's just how addiction works. It's always a risk to be with them. But I appreciate her, like, not just appreciate, that sounds too dismissive. It is very brave of her, and quite essential that she told her life story and how she got here and what has happened to her. Because she personally knows 20 other girls from her area who are also predated, and that was just from her area there. Then you expand upon that from years and everywhere else in Britain, and that's why the numbers are looking at about 250,000 of them, just constantly over and over and over again for their whole entire life. And the only way to change this is to, at the bare minimum, deport them. Though frankly, I think deportation is the moderate solution. I think reimmigration is the moderate solution. I am personally down for more extreme methods here, because it's all of them. It's literally all of them here. Her life might be pretty short with this level of abuse. Well, she was 11 in 2003. If I remember correctly, it was 2002 that she gave her testimony here. Oh, actually, let me control F. Maybe I'm mobile with the control F here. But I know it mentioned somewhere in her story that 2022 is when she started actually saying. In 2023, Chloe took the 2 men to court. So she's still alive and kicking. To be able to make this stuff, but yeah, she and her daughter probably do not have the best life even in Scotland, unfortunately. But that's also not to be that surprising either here. There. I have to go pee real quick. I'll be right back, and then we'll move to the next story, because there's more. There's more here. Actually, hold on. Inquiry panelists, do you know how many men abused you over that period if you had to guess? Chloe, hundreds, hundreds, and hundreds, and hundreds. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds. I can't even comprehend this. I get it's over a very long period of time. Roughly 10 years, more or less. And she's with these gangs. But... And then she was passed around the whole entire country, up and down, side to side. But I can't imagine that. Hundreds. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds. I need to go pee. I need to go pee. Then we can move on to the next one. Because there's the next one. There's another one, chat. There's another one. Are you excited? Oh. Adieu, chat. I am back. Thank you for waiting. Thank you for waiting. I know I got some supers over on the kick side of things. So let me read those real quick. Thank you once again, everybody, for being generous throughout this atrocity here. Thank you, York Tarleton, for the 1,000 warp tokens. I couldn't listen to all this when Powder started reading it yesterday. I think, my goddaughter, all I'm doing right now is glowing brighter. Yes, unfortunately, all we can do is glow at the moment, because, for legal reasons, that's literally all we can do. Because, glowing is the solution. Totally not anything else, right? Right? I thank you, Philip, for the 1,000 warp tokens. Thank you. I'll stay on for a bit longer, but I have to exit soon. No worries, my dude. Thank you for stopping by and listening so far as it is. I get it. One, there's life, and two, it's not something you can really listen to for a long period of time. I mean, this is 219 pages, and we're only on page 31. I would at least like to get through all the testimonies. I was hoping to read the whole entire thing tonight. I had a feeling I probably wouldn't be able to get through the whole entire thing, but I want to try to get through pretty much the testimonies. That's the big thing, obviously here. But we'll go from there. Also, like I said, I've been ignoring you chat tonight just to get through the inquiry, and so we can, listen to the stories here. But I'm gonna give myself a few minutes to be rage baited by chat. I know this is an old comment and doesn't really apply anymore, but I'll explain my reasoning. OMG, I can't handle you calling this kid a prostitute one more time. She's reported it repeatedly. Has no choice in the matter. I'm out. Now, obviously, it's old comment. The guy has left, from there. But the reason why I'm calling her a prostitute is because she is one. She is using sex for drugs there. And she's a victim. But as we can hear in her story multiple times, she ran away and constantly went back to the grooming gangs. Because it's in the name. Grooming gangs here. Like, she technically has a choice. Technically here. But she has Stockholm Syndrome. She's being abused. The life of instability and drugs is better than actually staying at, like, the foster care homes where she was being taken care of. Like, she is technically a prostitute for doing sex for drugs in this case, and being fed drugs as well. It's harsh, but it is the reality of the situation, which is why we need to fix the situation in the first place from being handled in the first place. Like, I also get the whole, like, oh, can't be a prostitute because of the whole she's a child situation. Child prostitutes don't actually exist. I actually get that argument. I do support that argument too, because at the end of the day, she is just groomed, right? But like, what she's doing is normal for what happens when people are abused as a kid. They then turn into actual legit prostitutes. Even when she was 18, she was still replicating the same events. Eventually she was able to change and get out of there and move to Scotland. Like, it sucks, but it is the reality of the situation. Actually, sucks is not even that. Like, sucks is very much an understatement there. Like, it's almost too harsh to be, like, horrible to really comprehend here. But, like, this is why I am such a strong advocate for psychology and learning about this kind of things, to try to prevent this stuff from happening and to know the signals and dangers so you don't accidentally complete the cycle yourself here. So, like, keeps on happening here. Might not be Stockholm Syndrome, it's desensitization. Stockholm Syndrome is where you like your kidnapper. I'm not gonna say it goes far, maybe she, like, likes her, right? But it's more along the lines of, this is where she's, like, in the story, she repeatedly said that she felt safer with these grooming gangs than she did at home with her stepfather here. Like, it kind of falls within the same line here. Amal is a very, very bad argument. Even if you're right, which you aren't, it would still be wrong. Think about it from the political perspective. Who does the average voter have more support for? A grooming victim or a whore? Is bad optics. I can agree with that, yeah. I mean, because she is a grooming victim. I'm not saying she's not a grooming victim. I'm saying the reason why, like, I'm saying the fact that she's a grooming victim is the reason why she's doing this kind of stuff. Like, kind of goes together here. Like, I don't... Yeah. It's just framing. I guess it is really just framing here, but... I guess I'll take the L from that. Because that is a fair point here. There. More like Pavlovian behavioral conditioning? Yeah, I can be down for that too. Thank you, Mr. Toasty Boy, for the $9.99. Thank you. Hiya, saw you on the side scrollers and decided to check out the stream. You're pretty cool. The inquiry is worse than the Epstein files in my opinion, and no mainstream media is talking about it in the United States. Yeah, I would say this is worse than the Epstein files, frankly. Like, not saying the Epstein files were great in any way, shape, or form. But this is... The things that they did to these girls for decades now, allowed by the government and the police, all because of diversity. Yeah, the elites preying, our own elites preying on children is pretty common, unfortunately, throughout all society here. And they're very small cases. We're talking, but But we're talking about a whole entire injection of diversity into the Western world, where Chloe says hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of men were using her, all from a very, very same demographic, being imported by the government. Yeah, not great. Not great here. So, but going to the hold on, Kid Chameleon, thank you for the 5 gifted subby bubbies. Thank you. There, nice to have. I know more people are switching over the kicks, so it's nice to get some subby bubbies for them. Thank you. Appreciate it, guys. We already knew about the grooming gangs, such as official exposure. Well, we already knew about Epstein too. Like, we already knew the elites were you know, the Bohemian Grove was exposed by Alex Jones years ago. No, like, we already knew that the elites are pedophiles and have a bunch of crimes upon them, cheaters, fraud, various other things too. Like, we already knew this. It's just Epstein files kind of confirmed that kind of stuff. The things that these Muslims did to these girls is worse than what Epstein did. Not saying Epstein did anything like I'm not trying to be like, oh well, you know, Epstein didn't do nothing wrong situation, right? I'm just saying comparison, and I'm only saying that because of the super chat here, because I agree with him, but like Epstein still did bad stuff, right? Like, I mean, there we go. I know someone's gonna be like, oh, you don't have a problem with Epstein. That's not what I said. Fiona grew up in a highly abusive household marked by domestic violence, severe emotional abuse, and repeated suicide attempts by her mother, which Fiona witnessed. Despite exceptionally academic ability, she developed serious mental health difficulties, self-harm behaviors, and suicidal ideation from a young age. Once again, proving the fact that a lot of these victims are coming from broken homes because they already are being abused, and so it's really easy to acclimate them to more abuse. After escalating abuse and failed disclosures, Fiona entered care at the age of 13. She is placed in a children's home that are been identified as a higher risk for sexual exploitation in a television documentary prior to her arrival. And why wasn't it shut down again? Stupid question. Inaccurate supervision meant she went missing repeatedly. At 13, she was groomed by adult Pakistani men, whom she estimates for her age between 24 and 45. The grooming began with affection and alcohol, quickly progressing to rape, drug dependency, threats, and trafficking. Care staff negligence was extreme. Abusers would sit in cars outside waiting for the girls, openly converse with staff, and even phone the home to inquire about them. So they're actively partaking in the gangs once again. One care worker told Fiona's mother that her boss had described recording the men's car registration plates as above her pay grade, warning that she would lose her job, but she did so. So the boss is in on it, either being paid off or also using the girls. Fiona believes the staff were aware of what was happening but felt powerless to stop it rather than being actively complicit. Nevertheless, the children's home received $5,000 per week to care for her and failed miserably. Fiona suspects that management avoided proper investigation for fear of being labeled racist. Only the police took any formal action, issuing harboring notices to the men, official warnings saying they had no permission to associate with, contact, or house a vulnerable child. However, no further action followed. When Fiona's mother called the police to report her daughter missing and mentioned a history of abuse by Asian men, the call handler told her, "You can't describe them as Asian men because that's racist. You should be glad your child is being taught a different culture." On one occasion, a police officer returned Fiona to the house where the abuse was occurring and told the men to have fun with her. On another occasion, the police instructed the abusers that if they could persuade Fiona to sign herself out of care, the police would stop bothering them. So, more proof that the police are actively partaking in on it. Or at least being paid off. You should just be glad your child's being taught a different culture. Multiculturalism or die. Like, have fun with her. Stop following them. Like, after they giving them advice on how to avoid the police here. Like, like, just, um, I just, uh, I, I knew this was happening, right? But to have the audacity to be like, you should just be glad your child's being taught a different culture. And, you know, nothing actually happens there. Nothing happens. Also, I want to point out, I should have mentioned this way earlier too, but for any Amerikanskis in chat, Asian doesn't mean Chinese or the Japanese in British culture. Asian just means, anything non-white to the east. And they have a bunch of labels for them, like Southeast for Southwest, Northeast Asian, Northeast, West Asian, various things like that. They kind of put them in different, like, regional categories. But they all just, but the term is just Asian. It's not Chinese that are viewing this abuse, though they are horrible in their own way. This is Muslim. Once again, Muslims. Pakistani mostly, but Somalian, you know, various African groups, Indians, just Muslims in general from the Middle East. That's not actual, just, it doesn't actually mean squinty eyes here. Jesus Christ. The gang then tried to convince her to do so, intending to traffic her to Kashmir. She was only prevented from leaving the country because she did not have a passport. Surprised they didn't find a way to get her one, but that's a good thing. Between 2008 and 2012, Fiona was repeatedly raped by multiple men connected to organized grooming networks. She was often kept in a house known as a party house, where between 10 and 20 men would attend at one time. Excuse me? On one occasion, she was encouraged to bring her friends because the owner had relatives visiting from Birmingham to celebrate Eid and expected girls to be there. Within the house, the girls were routinely referred to as white slags, while the men wanted Pakistani girls kept pure for marriage. Once again, it's a racial thing. It's both a religious and a racial thing because it works hand in hand here. And they're from Birmingham, which is a good chunk of where the rape stuff is happening here. And also Eid, one of their biggest celebrations. It is 100% religious and 100% cultural, 100% racial occurrence that is happening to these girls. And they don't give a shit. Why would she bring her friends too? What the fuck? Because she's being groomed and coerced. That's how grooming gangs work. Not just the Muslim ones, but this is how it works. Where they get one girl is targeted, and then she gets alcohol and drugs and and love bombed and various other good things. And then she talks to her friends and brags about how all these men are treating her like the special little princess that she is. And that makes the other friend jealous and wants in on it. And then then the same process goes with their friend, and then they get raped. And then they're hooked on the drugs and the alcohol, and they get used over and over and over again, and the cycle repeats. That's why a lot of sex trafficking has women working on the inside, right? Ghislaine Maxwell is obviously the poster woman, I should say, for doing exactly this. It's just that was with Epstein stuff. The gangs reportedly discussed fears that the English defense lead, EDL, would arrive armed, so they kept baseball bats for protection. They also allegedly spoke of attending EDL demonstrations with weapons. Fiona was not only trafficked and raped across multiple cities in the UK, but was also forced to traffic drugs. Drugs, intimidation, and violence were used to control her. She has made it clear that the knives from the scene of 2 fatal stabbings. She is present during a shootout. Her abusers bragged to her that they had hidden dead bodies in certain locations. A few days later, Fiona recalls the news reporting on a body being recovered from the same location that the abusers disclosed to her. As a result, threats of violence carried enormous weight. At 14, Fiona was abused by a man known as Rambo. He had entered Britain illegally on the back of a lorry. Previously castrated in Pakistan as punishment for child abuse. The fact that he got castrated in Pakistan for child abuse. And Pakistan. For child abuse. And Pakistan. Clearly, this man is the best, most base, sane man the Pakistan has to offer that we need to bring in. He had fled to the Philippines, where he allegedly attacked multiple women and children with a large knife, the origin of his nickname. Rambo was locked in a room with 2 girls and subjected to extreme sexual torture. And this case illustrated that, in some instances, the sexual abuse of the children were driven more by humiliation control than by sexual gratification. Yeah, because they get, well, getting off implies sexual gratification, but they're getting off from the power of the trip there. And the fact that they're white, British girls, and they can do whatever they want, knowing that everything's on their side here. Yeah. At 15, Fiona became pregnant while in a mixed-sex care home. Her son was later removed and adopted due to the ongoing exploitation risk. Oh, so the actual legit baby is saved, but not her. Who was put in position to create such a baby in the first place. I mean, I'm glad the baby is saved, despite it being mixed. But, like, yeah, okay. I'm sure the baby's probably doing the same things, though, because it's being passed from each foster home to the next, and it's gonna occur here. Yet Fiona herself was left in the same dangerous environment that created the fucking pregnancy in the first place. The abuse continued into her adulthood. It was only stopped when she turned 18, leaving her with profound physical and psychological trauma, including PTSD, substance dependency, and long-term health damage. Fiona states that the greatest harm came not only from the abusers, but from the institutional disbelief, neglect, and punishment that became actively enabled in the ongoing exploitation. In total, she estimates she was abused between 50 to 100 men. Of those, only 2 were not Pakistani. They all need to go. They all need to go here. All of them. Gone. Hasta la vista. Burned to ashes. I don't fucking care what it takes. All of them need to fucking go here. I should have got the whiskey before coming home tonight. Yeah. Yeah, here. Yeah. I'm not the baby should not exist. Oh, I agree. I already know I kind of pissed a little bit off going over this now. But in order to piss more people off, I'm just saying, I'm a eugenicist, okay? This is rape and abuse, actual legit case where abortion should be allowed. Also mixed race. Abortion should be allowed in that case too. Combine it all together that way, because on top of that now, right? So rape and abuse, forced pregnancy, mixed race, and now the baby's being sent to the system, and obviously the system is corrupted. Regardless of a boy or a girl, it's going to be abused. And it's going to create the cycle all over again. There we go. And then also, maid. Good time too. Just saying. But, anyways. Fiona. I was beaten regularly. I was drugged, filmed being raped, and the footage was distributed. I sustained broken bones, facial injury, and severe trauma. I was subjected to racial abuse in the community and being blamed by families of perpetrators. Sounds about right. Yeah, sounds what we expect from fucking Muslims here. Michelle was physically abused in childhood by both her mother and stepfather. Her mother had multiple partners throughout Michelle's childhood, many who also abused her, some sexually. She believes this early experience created association between abuse and love, leaving her particularly vulnerable. Well, it did. Once again, like we're on the 3rd testimony now, and all of them came from broken homes with severe abuse. This is a common trope, and abusers look for these different signs when it comes to creating more abuse here. You can only nip it in the bud here. So I need some water. I've been reading so much, I need some water. From the age of 13, she was groomed by 3 adult Pakistani brothers who supplied her with alcohol, cigarettes, and drugs. She was raped while intoxicated, including one occasion when she was taken upstairs while her sister tried to intervene. Because of her upbringing, she thought this was normal, that they were her boyfriends and they loved her. She would go missing for extended periods and subjected to repeated daily sexual abuse. The perpetrators would also collect her from school, her home, and public places, using threats of violence to coerce her and control her. At the age of 14, she was gang raped and beaten by 3 men who had locked her in a house. She left covered in cuts and bruises, which alerted a friend. The friend told her own mother, who then contacted Michelle's mother. The police were called, but claimed there was little they could do without more evidence. One of the gang members later forced Michelle to go to the police station with him to retract her statement. Police accepted him as her appropriate adults, a role normally reserved for a parent, close family member, or and social worker or trained professional. The investigation was subsequently dropped. Police are in on it. Once again. All of them need to go. All of them. Heads need to roll. One of Michelle's friends, who lived in a care home, would be collected directly outside by the same gang. Here, staff would call the police, but officers reportedly referred to these girls as prostitutes despite them being children. Both social services and police, Michelle says, failed to understand that the situation and believed the girls were engaging in the activity by choice. That kind of goes back to what I was saying. Like, it technically is the choice because they're being groomed to make that choice, right? Like, they think it's normal. They grew up in these broken homes. They don't know much anything better. Like, and so they feel safer with these gangs than they do either at the foster home or where they originally came from because of it. It's the only aspect of freedom they have to, quote-unquote, make this choice. But it's not a choice. They're children. They're grooming victims, so... And you should know better because you're police and social care workers. Like, it doesn't work. They might be acting like prostitutes, but they're not prostitutes. Like, they're acting like them. But okay, yeah. Okay. As a result, little was done to intervene. When she's abducted and went missing, no one came looking for him. A social worker once told her that at age 14, she would be allowed to live with her 30-year-old boyfriend as long as they did not share a room. Where was this ever allowed? Ever allowed? Ever? Like, what? Like... I'm thinking, like, during my parents' divorce, it was a court order that I couldn't be at a strange man's household past, like, 8 p.m. or something like that. Like, a non-family member household. And when my mom broke that twice, she lost custody of me. Because I ratted her fucking ass out. Now, I get to America. I get it's a different situation. I also get it wasn't with a grooming gang situation, or Muslims, or various things like that. But just the night and day difference of, like, yes, broke the court order, you lose custody. But no, it's totally fine they can live together as long as they don't share a room, even though they're 30 years old. What? I don't, like... I shouldn't be that surprised because I know it's completely different situations and we've been reading like everything else we've read so far, but I'm just like, my brain cannot comprehend how that's normal. Like, what? Here? Okay? Michelle was raped in bin sheds, threatened with a knife, and forced into sex with multiple men waiting in carts. She was drugged, beaten, burned with cigarettes, locked in a room, and passed between men. An amusement arcade was used as front for drug dealing and sexual exploitation of children. Of course, targeting where children are at makes sense. She became pregnant 4 times as a result of child rape, leading to miscarriages, 1 abortion, and 1 surviving child. Is the surviving child the last one? Because if so, that one probably had actually... probably has a bunch of health defects because of it. Which she also should have gotten an abortion for that. And I don't even say that lightly. When a woman has an abortion, it really fucks up her body. Like, it significantly decreases her chances of having a kid again. But if it's gonna be a rape baby, yeah, especially a mixed rape baby, it needs to go. And the fact that she got pregnant 4 times, leading to 2 of them miscarriages, 1 of them abortion, and 1 surviving child. Oh my god, that's abysmal. Absolutely fucking abysmal. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck here? Ugh. Jesus. Jesus Christ. Of her abusers, she stated 98% of them be Pakistani Muslim. If not, they're Iraqi Muslim or Kurdish, so still fucking Muslim. No surprise. Michelle believes these gangs have remained untouchable because authorities fear to be labeled racist. She describes an extensive network of abusers operating across the entire country, including industrial in scale. It functions as a large central network with smaller connected groups in specific locations. Michelle claims she has raped between 600 and 700 different men over the course of 3 years? I can't imagine meeting that many men. Actually, talking to 600 to 700 different men. I probably have in the course of 3 years. Like, at the gas station, for example. But then you have to put in mind having sex with them, too. And I just, astronomical. I cannot, my pea brain cannot comprehend that many men in such a short amount of time, and she was raped by them. I just... Okay, hold on. I had to do some math. I had to put this in smaller numbers so I can comprehend this a little bit better. Not like that. I don't think it's going to help much better. Okay, so let's say the hire in 700 men, right? And there's 365 days in a year for 3 years. So that is 1,095 days. And divide that by 700, if I'm doing my math correctly, which is press X to doubt because I'm a woman, okay? That means 1.5 men, so 1 to 2 men raped her every day. Obviously, it doesn't have to actually be every single day, and it's obviously multiple men at the same time. But to put it in a way that my pea brain can kind of comprehend, that's having sex every single day with at least 1 man, if not 2. Like a new man every 1.5 days? Oh, other way around? Okay, sorry. Math is hard. I'm a woman mathing here. Not like that's much better, mind you. Assuming no repeats, you know there were repeats? Yes, exactly. Consistently. Yeah. Jesus Christ. She now lives with severe PTSD and lifelong trauma, describing both her childhood and future as destroyed. Yes, this is a case where I think Maid would actually be viable, actually. Not for fucking depression, Canadian style, right? I mean, actually, your whole entire body and mental is so fucked up, and you should not be able to breed, because you're going to create a cycle of abuse again. No matter how good their intentions are, they will never be normal. And if they try to have a kid themselves, it's going to create basically a similar situation, no matter what they do. If anything, they might actually make it worse. It's just, Maid. Obviously, there we go. Just like I'm for the abortion for the mixed race baby and rape babies. Maid. I wouldn't want to continue living here. Fuck no. I would have killed myself a long time ago. So... Inquiry panelist, what would you say was the main issue was? Michelle, I don't think they cared much about us. They didn't want to open that can of worms because it's a religion thing. I'd probably say 98% of them were Pakistani Muslim, if not they're Iraqi or Kurdish. Well, I don't think they cared you about it at all. They were using you as a toy at best. Fuck, children take better care of their toys than what these Muslims were doing to these girls. Whitney, Whitney grew up in a vulnerable household. Her mother suffered from severe mental health issues and father was absent from her life. Okay, once again, like, I don't think we're gonna be hearing a story where the girl isn't already set up for failure, basically, from the get-go. Which is why I said maid program, right? Because the mother suffered severe mental health issues and father was absent from her life. That is Michelle. Now, suffering from severe mental health issues, plus a bunch of physical issues too. It's going to create another child where there'll be another abuse victim, because that's how abuse works. And it shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be like this. And it's not the solution, but the solution is not YouTube safe. She was first groomed and sexually abused at the age of 15 by 2 adult Pakistani brothers. One of the brothers, Whitney recalls, and as a boyfriend figure. Both brothers would regularly take her to a flat in Birmingham, supply with alcohol, and in her words, she would have sex with them. I'm going to hold off on one of my comments for now. Their interaction with Whitney soon turned violent. They began beating her and on one occasion held a hot iron into her face. Whitney recalls that the brothers stopped contacting her after they arrived at her house to collect her and found all her uncles sitting on the wall outside. After the incident, they never came back. She cannot remember exactly how or why her uncles were there, but she believes her mother had asked them to intervene. Good mother. Many years later, Whitney's daughter became self-harming at age 11 and attempted suicide. Her phone contained sexually explicit messages. Whitney's daughter told her there was a sex room at school run by older boys. Deeply concerned for her daughter, Whitney contacted social services. They offered little support beyond talking through the problems. In one instance, social services accidentally sent her 6 other children's cases files instead of her daughter's, which left her deeply distrustful of their ability to help. Yeah! Talk about incompetence upon incompetence right there. Whitney's daughter was coerced into sending sexual images, which was then circulated across multiple schools, the local community, and eventually the internet. This led to her receiving unwanted attention from adult men of various ethnicities and from multiple countries. From that point on, Whitney's daughter began to go missing regularly. These disappearances were directly linked to sexual demands and exploitation by older boys and adult men. She was threatened with violence if she contacted police and sometimes returned home with items of clothing missing. Whitney repeatedly reported her concerns to police and social services, clearly seeing that she believed her daughter to be sexually exploited. Police response were often delayed, statements were not taken, and investigations were closed without further action. Social services refused to relocate the family, downgrade their risk level, and eventually closed the cases by ongoing exploitation. Okay, I'm going to hold my comment again. Whitney herself was blamed, and her own past was used to undermine her credibility as a parent. Her family received repeated death threats, including warnings that their house would be burned down, faces would be slashed, and machetes would be used. Later, Whitney discovered that her daughter had been placed on National Referral Mechanism, NRM, as a trafficking victim, without her being reformed. The NRM is the UK's official framework for identifying, referring, and supporting victims of human trafficking, modern slavery, and services as recognition by identity professional that an individual is a potential victim of human trafficking or modern slavery. So... I'm not going to blame Whitney. Because it's not like she wasn't trying to save her daughter. She was contacting the police, social services, all that stuff. However, she stayed in the same area. It sounds like she stayed in the same area that she was also groomed in. I don't hear any mentions of a father in this story. And she should know the police are useless based off her own experience. The fact that the uncles had to actually get involved when she was being groomed. Once again, I'm not trying to blame her for this, but it goes back to the fact that when you're in a situation like this, and the authorities are useless, you do have to take things into your own hands. Her own mother got the uncles involved when she was being abused. And it doesn't sound like she has those resources now for her own daughter. But I know it's not easy to actually just pack up and move away into a better area because it's expensive and that's a convenience. But these things definitely need to be factored in when you're raising your kids. Because, like I said, going based off that math we did way earlier in the stream, the whole 1 in 200 girls situation, chances are you've already met one of these girls if you live in the UK. And the only solution is to, well, bedpost, how to get rid of them, right? But as an adult, as a parent, you need to do everything in your power to prevent this from happening. And these stories like this just shows that, well, the authorities are definitely not there to help save you. Not her personally, and not her own daughter either. Whitney, my daughter told me after a while that there was a sex room in the school. I told the school about it, but they completely shut it down and said she was lying. Of course. Oh god, how many testimonies are there? I mean, I'm glad there's a lot. Because obviously it brings more credibility. But like, Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Oh, we even got some boys I'm seeing here too. Oh my god. Oh. Oh my god. It's just never ending. I know this is 219 pages, but I'm just looking at all these names as I'm scrolling by, and it's just never ending here. Which makes sense if there's 250,000 of them. This is just a drop in the fucking bucket compared to what has all occurred over the decades. Oh, and this one's particularly long. Okay, now we got whistleblower testimonies. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. I have to go find, Whitney again. My god. Okay. I don't think we're gonna get to all of it tonight. Not. Oh my god. Jesus. I knew it would be a monumental task. But this is insane. Jesus Christ. Okay. Oh. Sally. Sally is the mother of a daughter who was found guilty of 9 counts of perverting the course of justice for lying about being groomed by an Asian grooming gang, sentenced to 8 years in prison. What? Despite this, Sally believes there's evidence to suggest her daughter was a genuine victim of the gangs. Wait, so her daughter was sentenced 8 years in prison for supposedly lying about being groomed by these gangs. What? Just Okay. Sally described a previously stable working and family life until housing instability and family stress coincided with changes in her daughter's behavior. The house the family were buying fell through. They had already moved out of their family home, and all their possessions were in storage. A family friend was able to rent them a part-renovated property on a short-term basis, but was not ideal for a family of 4 children. They were only meant to be temporary, but the family ended up staying there for 10 months. So once again, putting them in a bad home life situation. Even though this is probably the best home life situation that we've heard so far, which is saying something. Her daughter began making up stories such as her claiming her mother and stepdad were going away and leaving her to look after her 5-year-old brother at school. This resulted in school involvement in her family life. The stresses the household was under led to arguments that brought both the police and social services. After leaving the school at 16, Sally's daughter began working at a local pub. Why is her daughter doing this? Like, I get the home life situation is not best, but they were staying at a partly renovated apartment. Or property. Not ideal for a family situation, but it was only for 10 months. The stepdad is concerning too. So, basically a single mother until a guy came in. Once again, not making an ideal home life for a child. A very common theme with all these stories. On one occasion, she was invited to a party. Sally received a call later that evening from one of her daughter's friends, saying her daughter was lying on the pavement outside the property. As Sally couldn't pick her up, they were going to take her to a bus stop and leave her there, as she was making too much noise. When her mother found her lying on the ground, she was making a horrendous wailing sound and kept saying not to touch her. Her mother recognized that something was seriously wrong and took her to the hospital. Sally's daughter told the nurse carrying out the examination that she had been sexually assaulted. The hospital notes recorded that her genitalia were swollen and red. The hospital reported the incident to the police. Sally's daughter then received threats via Snapchat, became scared about the outcome of the case, and withdrew from the process. Around the same time, social services closed their case on the family. Sally believes her daughter did not want to invite more trouble into the household. It later emerged in court that they had all been smoking cannabis. Sally believes her daughter had participated and that something had happened to her, but she was found guilty of lying about being raped. So, we finally have a story where a girl is being charged for lying about rape, but it's actually when she's being raped. Out of all those false Me Too fucking bullshit that we have dealt with over the years, and how many stories of guys' lives being absolutely ruined by false accusations of rape, we finally got a real one, and this is where she gets charged? What the fuck? Is it because she was the one smoking the cannabis? Smoking the marijuana, and that's why? So it's their fault, like her fault? Which I do think there's a little bit of accountability that needs to be happened there, because if you're taking drugs, then you're not going to be in the right state of mind. But that's how the date rape stuff kind of works, and that's still considered rape under the law, so like... And they're 16? Like, what the fuck? Sally's daughter began working as a kitchen assistant at a care home and a glass collector at a nightclub, in addition to her pub job. After turning 18, she began work behind the bar at the nightclub, where her behavior began to change. She returned home with cuts and bruises. On one occasion, she came back with a black eye and said there had been a fight at the nightclub and she had been hit accidentally. She appeared more tired and distressed than usual. Well, to be fair, working at a nightclub is not exactly going to be a very healthy environment, regardless if there's going to be a rape gang or not, but still. Sally began noticing her daughter's phone would ring regularly with Asian men's name appearing on the screen. When asked about them, her daughter tried to hide the calls. The bar manager stopped her daughter from working on the main floor because she was small and they struggled to keep track of her. They also ensured that she was always paired with an older member of the staff, as the Asian men would harass her if she was working alone. One Asian man gifted her a gold chain. Sally's daughter began saying that she wouldn't move away from home. She had regular travel to the nearby town by train. Sally would pick her up and then drop her off at the station, but she never appeared to have been drinking or using drugs. One day, Sally returned home to find her daughter had left with her possessions and was ignoring her calls. She told work colleagues that she had been moved because her stepfather was harming her, but was not true. Not gonna lie. You know what? I'm gonna hold off on commenting. Okay, I'll hold my comment here. After a few days' investigation, Sally managed to find where her daughter had moved to. When she arrived at the flat, she found her daughter with 2 police officers whom she was reporting an allegation of rape. When her daughter handed her phone as evidence, the police found hundreds of messages from Asian men. They believed she was being groomed. She was later found guilty of lying about the rape she had reported. Again? Jesus Christ! Over the course of the following years, Sally reported her daughter missing 39 times. She'd often turn up in various towns across the region, battered, bruised, intoxicated, or on drugs. She's usually without underwear and spent increased amount of times in hospital. One police force made a referral to the NRM, believing she's a victim of trafficking. Another police force repeatedly arrested her and seized her phone, which meant the referral agency could not contact her as her number kept changing. One incident involves Sally's daughter being locked in a room above an Indian restaurant with a man refusing to let her leave. The police ignored it, believing she was lying. Another incident involved an Asian man following her, trying to grab her and take her away. Thankfully, she was with her sister and her friends, who quickly put her in a taxi and sent her home. That same man was later arrested for breaking into a woman's house and sexually assaulting her while she slept. Nevertheless, the police insisted that Sally's daughter had been lying about the earlier incident. Police believe she had a mental health condition and was deliberately self-harming and putting herself in dangerous situations. Well, she was putting herself in dangerous situations, but she's still a victim, so there's that needs to be factored in. Just saying. They wanted her to have her sectioned, but the doctors agreed, noting that she still had capacity. Well, I think the capacity is also part of the problem here. Like, there is... Like, the problem with this story is the fact that her daughter does lie. At least, okay, supposedly lies, right? Like, about the whole stepfather or being abusive, and then both when the family home situation was took a turn for the worse when she was 16, and then later on, even at 18, she's trying to pin the blame on the family, while she is being abused at the same time by these Asian men, you know, quote unquote Asian, right? The Pakistani rape gangs. And I believe that she's telling the truth when it comes to the Pakistani rape gangs. But the problem is, she is the girl that cried wolf because parts of her story is false, but the other parts are true. And of course, the problem. And now she got charged once with lying about being raped, and now she's being charged again for being lying about rape. Both of them, I do believe, actually occurred based off the story here, but she has lied before, so it is kind of the girl who cried wolf, even though the parts that she's telling the truth are the truth, and the lies are mostly to cover up what has actually happened to her at the same time. So like it's creating this kind of like it's a really messy situation here. Very messy situation here. And of course the police were not going to believe her, as she's got an actual legit record happening here. Another incident involved Another incident involved different Asian men who refused to leave Sally's daughter's flat. Police told him to leave but asked no questions. He left behind a balaclava, yet the police showed no interest despite him carrying it while visiting a young woman. After her flat door was kicked down and yet another incident while she was missing, she returned to her mother's home. Sally's daughter later explained that she had moved away to keep her family safe. She claimed that she had been told that she did not do as her abuser said, they would harm her brother, rape her sister, and firebomb the house. She had lied to her colleagues about her stepdad to avoid bringing repercussions on the family. Which makes sense. I'm not really, like, blaming her about it, but it's definitely not helping. She went missing again. The police stated that she believed she was making the whole thing up and injuring herself, so they charged her with perverting the course of justice. Part of her bail conditions required her not to leave Sally's house. The following week, her daughter attempted suicide by overdose. She went missing one final time and was found in a field with injuries to her head and ear, a severed finger, and numerous cuts and bruises. Yeah, I don't think that's self-harm. Like, I don't think that's self-harm if you get injuries to your head and ear and then a severed finger, okay? Maybe the cuts and bruises depending on the location, but a severed finger is not self-harm. Jesus Christ. Following this, she wrote a post on Facebook alleging she had been a victim of grooming gangs. The post went viral. Within a half an hour, the police arrested her and she was sent to prison for probably being racist. Following her daughter's conviction, the family experienced sustained harassment and intimidation, particularly from one Muslim man. Sally reports repeated failures by the police to protect them. She believes her daughter was a vulnerable young woman who lied at times, but was nevertheless groomed. Well, yes, very much groomed. That's what groom victims do. They often lie. Either protect themselves or their families, or to try to mitigate what's happening to them. You know, but basically try to lessen the severity of what's occurring. Oh, lordy and high. Okay, chat. Should we take a quick break from reading this? Because I'm getting I am... This is getting a bit much here. I'll be honest. Please? Yes, it's best. Yes, please. Okay. Okay. Let's... Well, first off, let me check to see if there's any kind people. I believe there was at least one super chat that I missed while I was reading this so far. Here, let me see. Thank you, Twitch Lesbian, for the 500 warp tokens. Sorry, guys, that, I'm probably not sounding as nice and happy and grateful as I should be for you, but fuck, man, this is... But thank you again for the 500 warp tokens. Sounds a lot like, to me, the Arabs and Indians who stole all this from Black Culture Playbook. No, like, I know you're trying to make, like, a racist joke against the NWAs here, but it's all the nuns. It really is all of the nuns that are the problem. Only whites have developed a culture where rape is looked down upon. Like, I can go through my tabs. My tabs here. Well, I guess sort of my tabs here. And I can find plenty of stories of NWAs stabbing and raping and doing horrific shit. Most of the time it's actually murder. In their case, less than rape, but still. But I can scroll through this for a very long period of time. When it comes to blacks in particular. But the same thing applies to the Asians and Indians. They just have their own ways. They hate white people with a passion, and they want us dead. It's that simple. They just want us dead and destroyed. The Muslims will rape and physically abuse, and oftentimes murder. But most of the time, they just use the white girls as fleshlights. The blacks would actually straight up murder. And the Indians can get a little bit violent, but they're mostly just horrible Jews and scam. Hence why they had the H1B situation. They're nowhere near as violent as the other groups, but they are just as destructive against a Western world in their own way. We are being attacked on literally all sides by nuns. And it's important to remember that. It's also important to be able to distinguish which group is which, because they are different. They want our shit and they don't want us. Exactly, even though we're the ones that actually created all this in the first place here. I thank you, I don't think that's your actual name. YouTube's back in saying a different name than... You know what, maybe it actually is. My apologies. Useless Rabbit. Thank you, for the $5 redos. Thank you, thank you, thank you. News like that, it makes me glad I'm from the third world and not Western. Well, I guess it depends on where you're in the third world. I see, it looks like maybe, it doesn't look like pesos. They look like something else. But this stuff happens in the third world too. It's literally the whole third world to become the third world situation. Like, unless you're talking about like Argentina fucking third world or Romania third world. Where it's just poor whites. Kind of third world. Then that's where the difference will lie. But if you live in Brazil, like northern and middle Brazil, where they have lots of nuns there, you're gonna get very similar stories. It's just part and parcel of living there. Or Africa, or India. It's, no matter where you're from the third world, it's basically gonna be the case, unless you're from a poor white country. And they have their own problems. Cartels are the same thing, by the way. Exactly. Like, you from becoming, like, I'm not saying it's you specifically that's the problem, but it's the third world that's the problem that has these cultures in the first place. There. So, but a little bit more semi-fun break before we'll read more of this tonight. But to take a break from the Rape Gang report and do something a little bit more fun, quote unquote. I say fun. Only because it's Tobuscus. Tobuscus is back with a song called Invader Scum. Get the fuck out of my country. With his old Minecraft avatar and creepers. Deporting and now Invader Scum. People with 10 plus mugshots, violent mobs. Now for those who don't know, Tobuscus used to be a very famous YouTuber from way back in the day that everyone adored, mostly Minecraft, and he made a lot of like parody songs. I can swing my sword is one of his most popular ones from all those years ago, but I mostly knew him from Nugget and a Biscuit. Nugget, biscuit, nugget and a biscuit. Nugget, biscuit, nugget and a biscuit. Been in the barbecue sauce. Anyway. But if you've missed the memo, he's actually become quite racist. I'm pretty sure I popped up his I thought I already got his Twitter account loaded up, but apparently I did not. But he has started noticing and been racist for a very long time now, actually. I've been following him on Twitter for like a year, and he's just been he's just like, okay, yeah, there's a bad word. There's a bad word there. But he just kind of goes off saying like weird, like fucking, like making jokes. Killing people's disgusting. As president, I will make killing people illegal. Everyone but for me and my close friends who you can trust. But if your son is disgusting murder rapist, we are going to kill him. Like, he's been like this for a long period of time. And talking about various problems that are happening. In a little bit more comedic stance, because it is, you know, Tobuscus, right? Toby Turner. But he's just releasing a song. And so I figured we could actually watch this. Here. What's the opposite of Troll's Remorse? Actually, good question. Good fucking question here. Because he's just like digging in. He's like, but then again, he's not really trolling anyway. He's trolling, but he's not trolling at the same time. He's serious, but with a more like comedic way of things. I never fucking joke. And no more F-bombs today. Sorry, baby girl. Like, he's clearly just having fun and shooting shit on Twitter. It's great. So this has been great to watch this past year now, just Tobuscus on my timeline. But he released a new song, so I figured we could check it out. Like I said, a nice little break from the rape gang inquiry. You know, something still serious because it's a deportation song, but it's Tobuscus.
English, do you speak it? If not, get the fuck out, get the fuck out. Get the fuck out, get the fuck out. I'm sick of these people who think that we're equal. Get out of my country before we delete you. We don't want your culture, we don't want your flags here, we don't want your language polluting our street signs. Go fuck yourself, invader scum. Go back to wherever you came from. Saw a lady replace a USA flag with a flag from Somalia. She said she loves her country but hates our history. I said Somalia still has slavery. Go fuck yourself, invader scum. Go back to wherever you came from.
Is this gonna be like sponsored by ICE or something like that? Because I just noticed the the rocket has ice on it. I don't think it's actually sponsored. I can even tell it's made by AI based off the like little dots there. Well, this is beautiful. Like I should be playing this song to help like promote themselves. I mean, come on, you got Tobuscus, Toby Turner. I can swing my sword or mini minotaur. You know, Nugget and a Biscuit, classic. Like, there are Gen Z, including me, that grew up watching his videos and his Happy Wheels crash outs and compilations here, right? Like, that like adored him, and now he's coming back with a burning fury here, and he's super racist, says the F word and the N word, and is making songs about deporting everybody who doesn't speak English. It's great. It's fucking great. Remember, it's only in Minecraft. Good point. Maybe that's why he's using his Minecraft character there. Yeah. Good argument there.
Sometimes when we deport illegals, they turn around and come right back in. Why don't we launch them to some other planet so they stay the fuck out of our country?
See, that's my point. That's exactly my fucking point. Like, you know, spaces I still feel like too generous there. Why should they live amongst the beautiful stars and get to see the planets and the sun? I think 6 feet under is more perfect for them. Eternal darkness to the rest of their undead lives. That's my preferred method. But regardless, as long as they're outside the country and can never come back, I am down for.
Go fuck yourself, invader scum. Go back to wherever you came from. The usual suspects, the same damn story. Another new mugshot, this guy's got 40. Dead to rights, but the poly market says 80% he walks free again.
Exactly. That happens. Like, the amount of stories I've covered where that exactly has happened. This keeps on happening. And we've been covering the rape inquiry this stream. This is, it's still happening. It's happening in the entire Western world. It's happening in Canada. It's happening in Germany. It's now happening in Australia. It's now even happening in Japan. Congratulations. This is where we're at.
I made that up. I made that up. Get the fuck out. Get the fuck out of my country. Invader scum. Walk out of my country. Get the fuck out. Invader scum.
Just the creepers in the background. Like, he is well aware what he's famous for Minecraft and Happy Wheels. And so he just injects it in there anyway. I mean, there are creepers, right? They do like to go Alu Akbar. Randomly in the middle of the night when you least expect it. So they are quite fitting to be invader scum.
Out of my country, get the fuck out. Get the fuck out. Out of my country. Out of my country.
Hibiscus. Very short, a little bit repetitive, but very catchy. I like the guitars. I like the little bass that's going on there too. Dun, 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 dun. Like, maybe not as catchy as like his old stuff, right? I mean, Nugget a Biscuit is a classic. I'm surprised it's actually so much lower on his list here. But then I guess I Can Swing My Sword is like one of the Minecraft songs, right? There. And it's obviously more somber because it's about the topic at hand. But it's nice to see him back. And I like the whole in Minecraft part of things here. Songs unironically a bop. Yeah, it actually is really good. Like, you can just kind of like ignore the lyrics and just like, bang, not exactly bang your head, but kind of jam to it. Casually, be like a dun dun dun. Get the fuck out of my country. Invaders scum. There. I put the link to the video in chat there if you want to watch it without the Floyd interrupting the commentate and just enjoy the song in its entirely here. This is an insane song for Toby the Drop randomly after going up with literal trailers. How does Season 4 get smited out of existence? I don't think it's gonna be smited. Like, it's not like he's not saying like he's saying the N-word or anything like really bad. He's just saying get the fuck out of my country a few times over here. Tobuscus is noticing. Like, he has actually commentated on his Twitter page, which you should follow him on Twitter if you haven't already, about the tiny hats. Like, he's going for it. And even surprising the subscribers here, because if you look at his most, like, recent upload, it's just, like, a video about Tourette's there. Well, I guess I remember that little topic on Twitter, actually. Because it's basically saying Tourette's is base because it gives you the N-word pass. Like, and the food stamps looks like it was a song as well. But, like, it seems like there's been sort of, like, he's not uploading as often. And he's not really, like, he made a hate speech thing about a year ago now. So, like, he's been kind of talking about this kind of stuff. I remember this video. He does actually say the N-word. Um, so he's been like I said, he's been at this for a while, but he's not really getting the original momentum that he used to have because it has been, you know, like what 15 years or something like that since he became really popular. It was like Minecraft situations. Um, he also got his career hit pretty hard. When Jacqueline Glenn, an atheist YouTuber, accused him of sexual assault, like all women do. And it really sucked at the time because that's when I was still during my atheist phase and I actually really liked her a lot. But I also liked the Buscus. I was like, what do you mean that my two favorite YouTubers are dating each other? And what do you mean Tobuscus assaulted her? There. But I honestly didn't really believe her because I could kind of tell that she was acting like she wasn't like... I was still in my atheist phase, but I still was kind of, like, I was becoming less feminist, right? Like, I like, already, like, starting to, like, not believe all woman situation. I think I was kind of doing the Me Too era, too. I can't exactly remember. I think it was kind of before the Me Too era, because Me Too was in 2016. And I think I'm trying to remember the timeline exactly here. Well, I was just kind of like, I don't really believe you. You kind of seem a little bit psychotic, but you make good videos about atheism. So I guess until I actually see, like, he's actually charged in court, I'll believe it when I see it. But for now, I guess it's kind of unfortunate to hear this from him. And then all these years later, I'm just like, yeah, no, she was probably just being a psychotic bitch here. Oh, yeah, but he got screwed from the fake allegations? Yes. Yes. Exactly. Because that's what happens when women make false reports about men. There. She called the police or Twitter? Twitter. She made a whole video about it. I'm not sure she deleted it, actually. Hold on. I wonder if it's still up, actually. Hold on. Now I'm being curious. Totally not... Jacqueline Glenn... Tobus, or I guess Toby Turner. I'm just so used to calling him Tobuscus. Yeah, so she made some videos about him. My ex was accused of rape. My ex-boyfriend is stalking me here. Like, it was just like weird fucking mix, and it's such a shame because like I used to consider her pretty. Like. But I was just like, what's going on here? This is ridiculous. It was definitely before Me Too was publicly discredited and laughingstock it was now, so it had a lot more weight. Yeah, like 10 years ago. So yeah, this would have been 2016 after all. I was like, I know I wasn't really fully watching her. Like, I wasn't like a huge fan of her as I used to be when this happened. But I also wasn't a huge fan of Tobuscus anymore either. So when this kind of happened, I was just kind of like, I don't know if I really believe her, but I don't, yeah. No, I'm not going to discredit it either, just because, you know, this seemed kind of like typical, to me it seemed more like typical, like, creator relationship drama that always happens, right? When two YouTubers, right, get together and then they have a bad breakup and they both make it public because their relationship was public in the first place and they're shit-slinging at each other. Excuse me. Though I don't remember Tobuscus really shinging a slit against her. I think it was more defending himself, but, you know, woman being woman situation. What is this, Papa Cats? Here. Oh. Thank you, Papa Cats, for the 1,000 warp tokens. Thank you. I'll watch this gem. I clicked it before checking the link, but it's fine. It worked out. It was leaflet anyways. Families can't be deported together. Here. Reports on the men that aren't one of them. Yes, exactly. But Jacqueline Lynn's a massive feminist. That's the thing. Like, she is... Oh, I just realized it didn't actually show up on screen. Whoopsies, it went to my other tab instead. Probably for the best, now that I think about it. But yeah, she's a massive feminist now, which is no surprise. She like never fully left the atheist phase. She's like one of those leftist atheists. Not like the Sargon kind of like skeptic community atheists, like a legit fucking insane kind of bitch situation. But yeah. Anyways, I'm being I'm being paid 1,000 warp tokens to watch this instead. So Looks like our little break from the rape gang inquiry will last a little bit longer. But you know what? I'm not gonna completely complain. I know it's important to read this, but my god, it's a bit heavy. It's quite fucking heavy. But then again, imagine what the girls actually have gone through themselves here. Hmm. Oh. Okay, let's watch this. 1,000 warp tokens is 1,000 warp tokens, and I'm a cheap whore.
Ice cold, but it feels so warm. Yeah, it's time to go home.
Beautiful.
I see you standing there across the borderline. I've been waiting for this moment.
This guy kind of reminds me of Ian Miles Chong. I'm not gonna lie, like an actual, like a not fat Ian Miles Chong.
Such a long, long time. 56% of us were feeling just the same. We're calling out your number. Yeah, we're calling out your name. 11 million reasons why I can't let you stay. But don't
Oh my god, look at the dome on that guy's head. Like, okay, no surprise, usual suspects, nuns, right? We got an NWAL, we got an Asian, we got Mexicans or Arab as well. There, no surprise. More Asians, more basically all nuns, usual suspects here. But I saw the Somalian. I know. How can you tell I'm Somalian? Oh my god! Look, none of them are white. No surprise. This is it's so easy to racial discriminate. It's not even funny here. No, they all need to go. Every single non needs to go. But this one, how can you tell I'm Somalian? Also Minnesota. There. Holy shit. The result of inbreeding is insane.
stay, but don't you worry, baby. I'll help you find the way. Whether you walk or we show you the door. Voluntary, baby, or a little bit more. I've got $2,000 waiting in your hand. A little parting gift before you leave this land. Oh,
I still don't even like I don't even support paying for them to leave. Because that just incentivizes them to leave and then come back. If you can get paid for every single time you have to leave, then it's actually quite lucrative for them. It was just easier to take them with a gun to their back and force them out the door. It's really that simple. Like, my tax dollars should not be used to pay them to leave when they broke into the country illegally in the first place. My tax dollars should be used to force them out the door with a gun to the back of their head.
transportation. You're the rhythm of my heart. I knew I loved you from the very start. Families together, flying through the blue. It's a beautiful vision, and it's all because of you. Oh yes, deportation, girl, you're looking so fine.
Are these AI singers supposed to be people that are famous? Because, like, I feel like with the NFL stuff, they're supposed to represent certain people, but I don't know them. I'm pretty terminally online, unfortunately, but like, I don't know a lot of celebrities because I don't give a fuck about celebrities here.
Crossing that border one last time.
Like, is he supposed to be Justin Timberlake? He kind of looks like Justin Timberlake. Backstreet Boys? Okay, then that would line up with the Justin Timberlake thing. Or NSYNC? Hold on, wait a second. Which one was Justin Timberlake in? Because I know he was originally in a boy band from the 90s before. Yeah.
I see a man in uniform, a hero in my eyes. Come home and walks into the room. I'm paralyzed. He makes my heart skip a beat. He's got that steady hand, restoring the order, protecting the land.
the P.E.P.E. I know this is supposed to be like a meme song, right? It's based on 90s boy band hints, and that's why they're making sounds this using Justin Timberlake and whatever fucking NSYNC fucking shit, right? All that fun stuff. But like, the Trump administration could be so much harsher and needs to be so much harsher. They're not really doing much of anything when it comes like obviously it's still better than Kamala by a long shot. Kamala just opened the border again like she did last time under Biden, and we have wave upon waves upon waves. But just because an administration's talking to you and it makes it sound based doesn't mean the solutions are actually happening here. They're doing not even the bare minimum under my regards. They're just not bringing in more people. That's not actually handling the problem either. I want the late 90s back with all white people. Yes, exactly. But the only way to do that is to just get rid of all of them.
And when the ice trucks roll up and the lights start to glow, I get that fuzzy feeling cause it's finally time to go. Don't be sad, don't be sad, don't you cry, don't you cry. It's just a beautiful...
Like, even this guy needs to go. I get he's just an AI thingy, but he's been consistently non-white throughout the whole entire thing. I'm not sure if he's trying to rub, once again, supposed to be somebody from NSYNC that I just don't know about, because the only one that seems familiar with, like, the Justin Timberlake lookalike guy. But he is a non. He should be deported.
Beautiful goodbye. The paperwork is signed, the tickets are all set. A mass departure that I'll never forget. Deportation, you're the rhythm of my heart. I knew I loved you from the very
God damn, not the penguin. See, this is how you know it's an AI video, because it's not filled with trash and the building isn't deteriorating. They actually have windows and bright blue doors. They're, you know, there's no ghosts and somebody in the background fucking it. Like that's how you know it's AI. He also needs to be deported. Women should not be on the police force. They should be at home making more white, well, babies. Oh, she's not white, though. So, deport her too. But she can be the last on the list because she's Asian.
Pack your bag, sugar. It's going to be so beautiful. Still, baby. Deportation.
Not a bad song. Not a bad song. Personally, lyrically and musically, I not lyrically. Because lyrically, it's actually not so bad. But musically, I prefer Toby's Invader Scum. Much more catchier, more my style of music that I like to listen to. But I never got into the whole like boy band, in-synced kind of music here, whatsoever. So, but if you want to check it out for yourself and not have the Floyd yapping over it once again, here's the link to the video. There you go. There you go. Let's see here. Did I miss something else? I did not miss it. Oh, I did miss something else. Thank you, Jackals of Terra Argent, and then your name cuts off. My apologies. Thank you for giving a membership over on YouTube. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, my dude. Hell yeah. Boy band stuff is cheesy, but it's fun sometimes. Yeah, I mean, it's like, this is a meme video, right? I know Leaflet makes a bunch of, like, meme AI music videos based off different art styles and stuff like that. So, like, it's just a meme at the end of the day. Like, it's not that deep. But it's fun. Enjoy it. The fact that, like, you can actually make this with AI is actually pretty insane when you think about it here. However, I'm pretty sure Tobuscus made this himself since he's actually a legit musician. So, I will give Tobuscus a little bit more credit because I know he actually makes his own songs. After all, I was a big fan of them way back in the day. We're talking way back in the day, mind you, but still. I kind of want to listen to Nugget and Biscuit. Nugget, biscuit, nugget, biscuit, nugget, biscuit. The fact that I can basically remember everything almost line to line. Man, these are better days. Remember 14 fucking years ago when you weren't aware about the rape gangs that were happening in Britain? When you were concerned about the nuns and you're invading your country, and you're just watching Tobuscus play Happy Wheels and singing Nugget and the Biscuit during your school lunch? Like, the amount of times, oh my god, every single kid, whenever it was like chicken nugget day, they would always put nuggets and biscuits together. Like, the amount of people would, all, including me, would literally replicate this song with the school lunch on every single time they could. It's insane. And actually, you know what? It was actually, no, I'm just gonna put it out there. Nugget and biscuit with the mashed potatoes and barbecue sauce actually isn't that bad. Hmm. There. When the bread and circus was good? I mean, yeah, because it was actually made by like authentic content creators doing their own thing. You know, back when YouTube actually did have freedom of speech and you can just make a whole bunch of like stupid shit like this, and it was fun. It was enjoyable there. Like, it was a great time. I also may or may not have been like 10 years old when this song came out. Or 8 or 12, somewhere in that range. I had to do math, and math is hard. Regardless, very small child when this song got released. Literally my childhood. um, Amal, this is cringe. I know nowadays he's on our side, but this is garbage. You have no whimsy. I thought, I thought I was old and jaded and hated the world, but like this whole song is supposed to be stupid. Like, that's the point of the song, is that it's stupid. And that's what makes it fun here. And you have to also remember, like, young kid, you know? Like, I had a life myself here, but thankfully, I wasn't being in a grooming gang. So, you know, could enjoy things here. I think it's a good song and I'm old. Yeah, it's just I don't hate it. It's just not my taste. Well, yeah. It's stupid. If I heard this song now of all days, I probably wouldn't like it because it is so kind of cringy and gay. But if you can appreciate the nostalgia things you actually were raised with, of course you're gonna like it. I mean, like, I remember the Minotaur song, the mini Minotaur as well. Like, it's just nostalgic, and then see how much he's grown since then. Pretty impressive here. Hmm. Yeah. It's so stupid it hurts. That's the point. Hmm. I'm not gonna lie, it makes me not want to go back to the inquiry here. We got 45 pages in, and I'm just like, I don't want to continue reading this. You know? I want my bread and circus. I want to just enjoy my nugget and a biscuit. I don't want to hear more horrible stories about what has happened to these girls in Britain. I would like to put my head in the sand and just enjoy the whimsy and stupidity of young Amal back when she was a young child, and not read about what's happening to these young children who didn't have such fun and whimsy. You know, it's horrifying just the position here. Hmm. So, hmm. Yeah, I remember the Diggy Hole song about the dwarves. Yes, that's a good one too. You gotta keep going, Amal. Well, this little tangent was supposed to be a break anyways, right? So, let me see. Let me get some more water real quick, because I've been going through it like fucking crazy with how much reading I've been having to do. And the fact that it's warm. So let me be right back. I'm gonna get some more water. We'll continue. I'm not gonna bother with the break screen. It won't take me that long. So, and talks amongst yourself. Biscuit. Put it in a barbecue sauce. Yum, yum, yum. I'm back, if you can't tell. Oh. The pros and cons of not bothering with the break screen. Okay. Okay, gotta get into this here. Marlon. Marlon is the father of a daughter who was a repeated victim of grooming as well as being repeatedly failed by authorities. Marlon reported his 14-year-old daughter Scarlett missing a number of times because she's been grooming and exploited. The police informed social services that what Marlon was doing was appropriate as he was acting to safeguard his daughter. Okay. However, social services did not accept the police's assessment and instead dragged out the investigation for 3 months. During the time, his daughter disclosed concerns to her school. Excuse me. Yeah, burping now? Okay, cool. Excuse me. Let's see. During that time, his daughter disclosed concerns to her school, which resulted in social services attending Marlon's home. While his daughter was present, they told him that if he tried to stop her from leaving the house, she should call social services or the police. What? She's 14. He's the parent. He has all rights to tell her if she can or cannot leave the house because she's a child, daughter, and protect her from possibly being groomed. Which, she's definitely being groomed, but, the social services is person exited out there. The fuck? Social services undermining his parental authority resulted in her missing episodes escalating dramatically. Okay, so it goes back to the whole grooming situation. Social services effectively gave her permission to go missing, and the case was closed without meaningful intervention. Marlon placed a formal complaint to social services, stating that he was struggling to cope with his daughter's missing episodes. It's not normal for teens to just go out and be gone for hours to days on end. Well, maybe hours depending on the situation, but because it's normal for them to kind of roam and have fun and explore, but not for days. Not to be literally missing, especially if there's possible abuse happening there. The social worker assigned to him following the social worker assigned to him following this openly stated to him that they're only taking the case because of his complaint. This made him feel like the problem rather than the parent concerned safeguarding his daughter from abuse. Once again, the state has failed them completely. No surprise there. You have to take matters into your own hands. On one occasion, Marlon stood in front of the door to prevent his daughter from leaving late at night, resulting in her repeatedly kicking him and breaking 3 of his fingers. The fuck? How? I mean, kudos for him. for, like, trying to prevent her from doing that and sacrificing himself, but, like, having a 14-year-old daughter break 3 of your fingers is quite a lot. Quite a lot, especially for being a child here. He reported this to social services, who simply stated he should walk away from when she becomes violent. She's his daughter and she's 14. She should be listening to him, not kicking him and breaking 3 of his fingers. There's a problem. Even after showing them the bruises on his back that he received as he walked away, they did not change the advice they gave. Marlon remains convinced that his child were male and he were female, the response would have been different. More than likely, yes, but at the same time, like, I feel like this is... Maybe it's my I just realized, right? Because, like, I've noticed while reading these stories that I've been really critical to the parents. And when they're victims in the situation too, I think I realize now it's the difference between the British versus the American thought process here. Because he is turning to the state for help. He is going to the police and social services to deal with his violently abusive daughter. And there is definitely a time and place for it. But we do the same thing in America. But we would handle it at home first before turning to the states. Like the state would be the last resort. Basically, like, if I, which I would never do this, but, like, if I were to try to leave the house and my dad was blocking the door and I was kicking him and trying to break 3 of his fingers, my dad would hit me in response. Then, of course, there's obviously the concern that me being the child and the daughter, that could be, like, actual abuse, right? But, like, he would basically, like, there would be a I'm not even sure he'd actually hit me, to be fair, because he never has done that before. I would just imagine that would be the natural response if I'm trying to kick him and break 3 of his fingers. But, like, at the very least... Oop, I hit the space bar in accident. What the fuck did I do? Here. Did I... Okay, there we go. But, like, he would, like, manhandle me and then probably throw me in my room. So it's something along those lines. Like... Basically, he wouldn't be just turning to the state and calling the police on me or something along those lines. There. I don't get it. Because, like, I've been realizing with these stories with the parents, it feels like the parents just give up immediately and turn to the state instead of being actual parents and laying down the law and putting their foot down here. And that's where the problem lies. Because obviously the state doesn't care. And we have problems with the state not caring in social services here in America, too. But if the state's useless, you have to handle it yourself. And they're just not doing that. So, on one occasion, Marlon stood in front of the door to prevent his daughter from leaving late at... Oh, I already read that. This is where my whole spacebar hitting kind of distracted me. Marlon would often spend his evening driving in search of his daughter until 3 or 4 a.m. while having to work the following day, which his employer was not supportive of. He often reported her missing to the police, who would sometimes turn to his house many hours later. On one occasion, he saw footage of the police saying not to bother even waking him. This made him feel more like a problem rather than being a safeguard emergency that it was. Which, like, understandable here. Once again, the state is failing. Don't turn to the state. Yeah. Scarlett was unlawfully excluded from school due to grooming-related behavior and assigned a new school where the grooming gang operated. Cool. That's totally how you're supposed to solve the problem. A multi-agency risk management meeting was eventually convened with Children's Services and a police missing from home team. While the meeting was ongoing, one of the police officers in attendance told Marlon to stop reporting his daughter missing. Marlon challenged this, which resulted in the police officer shouting at him in the front of all the attendants. The officer has since been dismissed. The social worker and manager present did not intervene but privately acknowledged that he was right to continue reporting his daughter missing. They refused to launch a formal complaint against the officer. It's probably because, once again, the police can't actually do anything about it. They're either being paid off and or partaking within these gangs. And they're not trying to help. The social workers are obviously not helping either. Like, And the only way to really take care of this is just to lock his daughter down in his house. Like, change the locks and put her in a room for a week and feed her that way. But then that would be considered, you know, child abuse at that point, and then he would be the one in trouble. There's just, like, because she's not listening to him. He's not putting his foot down. The police and the state are not helping in general. And she's also choosing to do this because she's a victim here. So, yeah. Shortly after, his daughter went missing for several days and was eventually found in Marlon's mother's house, unkempt, distressed, and stating that she had been raped. Care staff returned her to the location of the rape, therefore destroying forensic opportunities, and failed to report it to the police until days later. Of course. Marlon had to make his own referral to the Rape Crisis Center, by which time forensic evidence was lost. The perpetrator was arrested, but bailed with the condition not to contact Marlon's daughter. Immediately upon leaving the station, he called her and threatened her life. He was an adult and a drug dealer, and associates soon began attending Marlon's home. His daughter was terrified of them. An older woman began to groom and manipulate Marlon's daughter under the guise of friendship. Sounds about right. Ghislaine Maxwell kind of style here. Like, I should probably withhold judgment here, because I have thoughts, but then again, I'm not exactly in the situation myself either. After another missing episode, Marlon was able to trace his daughter to a specific property. Despite repeated calls and reports of men entering the property, both police and social services failed to remove her or issue an abduction warning notice. His daughter was later found to be the victim of criminal exploitation, including drug supply, prostitution, and being forced to dig up a firearm. These acts were directed by older women, amongst others. At this point, the impact on Marlon was catastrophic. He was physically exhausted, anxious, depressed, and lived in constant fear. He was attacked by masked individuals in his home, with the police response delayed and dismissive. Marlon's daughter was eventually taken into the secure care, where she was subjected to further abuse, including sexual abuse by staff and other children, neglect, and safeguarding failures. So, I get that they're being attacked at his house, but instead of helping them relocate, she gets taken to secure care, where she's subjected to further abuse? Like, it's not like his daughter's the one abusing her. He's actually trying to protect his daughter from being abused. And yet, she's taken away from him? Okay, that makes totally makes complete sense here. However, Marlon made multiple complaints. At a court hearing, social services attempted to place his daughter on child protection plan for emotional abuse and neglect by Marlon himself. However, the judge intervened in order this to be amended to be recorded as beyond parental control. I mean, yes and no. Like I said before we took the break and we're reading the other girl's story, Sally, I get it's not easy just to pack up and leave and move somewhere. I know that's basically impossible for a lot of people, especially if they come from already a broken home life and poor. But I think, other than the fact that liberalism has put racism above all else, and trying to push multiculturalism and diversity as much as possible, I know it goes hand in hand together, but it's a multifaceted problem. But I think the relaxing on parental controls and more reliance on the state is a part of the problem too. Because I could never imagine doing this when I was 14. When I was 14, I was suicidal. But I was not doing drugs or drinking or various other things like that. I would not go out and about on my own volition like that and be around strange men. Now, I know she's a grooming victim, and so I'm not trying to blame the father or the daughter here for what has happened, because she's still a victim and it still is grooming. But, you know, I feel like there's some sort of, how do I phrase this without sounding like I'm being too harsh here? It's not like I've been in this situation myself. It's not like she was kidnapped off the street and was force-fed drugs that way and then turned into, it became raped, right? It's a lot of these stories are these young girls loitering around, having bad friends, and then trusting these older men. Now, a lot of them come from broken homes already, so this is kind of more normal, which is part of the problem. But I just, as somebody who was raised not like that, where I was taught stranger danger, if an older man tries talking to me, run away situation, don't do drugs, don't drink. Yeah, like I can't. I had a broken home myself, nowhere near as bad as some of these stories, mind you. But I never turned to that kind of stuff because I knew it was bad, it would make my life worse. And my dad would also have my head if I did these things too. Like, the family unit is more structured. Like, my point is, it feels like the family unit is more structured here in America, despite all its flaws as well. I know this will happen in America too, and it is happening based off how culturally diverse we are. You can see this definitely in ghettos. This is where med sharks come into play and become a thing. So once again, I'm not trying to victim blame, and I'm not trying to blame the father either. It's just that I do feel like the family unit being destroyed and relying more on state to solve the problems, and taking teenage girls, preteen teenage girls, and allowing them to have the freedom just to loiter out and about when they shouldn't be. Like, every single culture throughout the entirety of human history has always had strict restrictions on women because they have no self-control and they can't think very far ahead and they're very easily swayed, especially emotionally. So allowing them just to go out and about to do whatever they want, then they get introduced to strange men and drugs, leads to these kind of problems here. So, like, this is why the family unit was starting in the West. Yeah, like, I 100% agree, right? Once again, cannot stress enough. Not blaming the daughter, not blaming the father. I'm not trying to do that. I'm just trying to pinpoint the problems at hand, because I do feel like it is beyond just immigration. Obviously, the vast majority is immigration, because if these fuckers weren't here in the first place, this wouldn't be happening. But all these girls usually come from some sort of broken home life as well to start off. And that is the family unit being broken down. Single mothers, stepdads, child abusers, alcoholics. I think this is the only story so far where the child actually seems to be coming from a relatively stable, like, it's the father making this testimony, so I don't know where the mother is at, but being a single father alone already puts them in a much better position than being a single mother. I don't, like, maybe the mom's dead. We don't know, but the mother's not being mentioned here, but being from a single father is already significantly more healthy from being a single mother home. Still a broken home, but not great either. Like, they all are victims of an already broken system. The immigration is just taking advantage of this, it feels like. So it needs there's so many things that need to be fixed here. And this is just one of them. Where was I at? Here. Because I was scrolling and then I lost track of things. Raise concerns were ignored. Oh! Lovely. Marlon's daughter continued to be moved between unsuitable placements. She was groomed repeatedly, trafficked, forced into drug supply, and raped by adult men. She became pregnant as a result of rape. The handling of her termination by professionals was traumatic and negligent. The police later charged Scarlett with intent to supply Class A drugs, despite her being a victim of trafficking on a national referral mechanism. Scarlett was placed in a unit run entirely by male Muslim staff, where she was groomed again. Racist abuse and extremist comments were made towards her. Marlon raised concerns which were ignored. Once again, they're part of it now. Well, welcome to our enriched diversity. You now have the male Muslim staff being part of this that are grooming her as well. Like, they're within the system too. Like, she's the story started out with her being 14. I'm not sure how old she is at this moment, but still obviously a teen, right? Still a child. And she getting pregnant all the rape. Like the police are charging her for Class A drugs, even though she's a victim of trafficking. Once again, the state has failed completely here. Absolutely, just god awful here. Despite his repeated attempts to help his daughter, he has experienced many instances of violence from her as a result of the trauma and grooming. He has experienced many assaults, received black eyes, and had a sleep barricaded in his room. What? He repeatedly requested domestic abuse support but was refused because he's a male parent. He had been forced to complete parenting courses and blamed for his daughter's abuse. Wait, so when he said sleep barricaded in his room, I thought like the Muslim men were coming over and like attacking him, because that kind of already happened early in the story. But it makes it imply like his daughter is actually attacking him in his sleep too. Which would make sense based on the fact that the one time that she tried to leave, she broke 3 of his fingers. Yeah, that daughter is out of control. 100% here. But if he does anything, then the state will go after him instead, and he'll be the abusive parent. That's just how it works here. The whole experience has harmed Marlon financially, emotionally, and psychologically. He states it destroyed his life. He is no longer the person he used to be. Marlon's case highlights that the parents can also be victims of both grooming networks as well as widespread institutional failure. If you'd like to hear more about Marlon's story in greater detail, he has recently published a book about his experience called In Plain Sight. Yes, exactly. Which is why, like I said, like, you can't rely on the state. I know I've been repeating myself so much here, but you really can't. That's why, when that video came out of the guy being beheaded in Belfast a couple weeks ago, the woman recording it was actually warning the men, saying the police are coming, the cops are coming, the cops are coming. Because she knows, and they know, that if the cops see them doing something that, actually trying to help the guy who's being beheaded here, then, well, they're the ones who are going to be arrested instead. It's taken a very long time, but it seems like the Brits are waking up to realize that they're not going to get any help from these people whatsoever here. The cultural rot goes deep and has affected all of Western Europe to the point where the only way out would be for good men to do the hard and dirty work needed to save their country. Exactly here. Like that's it. It's not just immigration. It's the family unit. It's the state. It's the culture in general. It's feminism. Like, there are so many reasons as to why we were like this. And obviously the main source, the tiny hats, that it's going to take immense amount of effort and force for it to occur. Yeah. Okay, that basically was just repeating what we've read from the part of the inquiry here. Okay, how long is this one? Not bad. Well, I shouldn't say not bad, but it's on the shorter end. Oh, Wallace. Wallace's early childhood in Scotland was marked by poverty, instability, and a lack of consistent adult protection. His mother suffered from mental health and substance misuse problems. She struggled to comprehend the situation she put her son in and often failed to intervene, which allowed Wallace's abuse to continue. Wallace's mother psychologically and emotionally abused him throughout his childhood. Once again, broken home. From a young age, adult men moved in and out of his life, and he was encouraged to refer to them as dad or uncle. Once again, single mothers are the bane upon society, and they should be eradicated. With the exceptions of, like, being a widow. And that's basically it. And very extreme circumstances. Oh, I hate single mothers with such a burning passion. It's just asking for your child to grow up with a shitty life and then continuing the cycle. And then, oh my god, I hate them so much. This made it seem normal that adult men would be around him as a child. Exactly. He has moved around many different home environments and learned to accept situations without question. His early experiences made him believe that adults could enter his personal space without consent, that fear should be tolerated, and he had no control. Wallace's earliest memory of abuse occurred when he was 4 or 5 years old, when an adult came to his bedroom at night and got in the bed with him. He could not identify who it was, but stiffly knew it was wrong. His main abusers were his mother's partner and the partner's brother, who both exercised authority over Wallace and were treated as trusted adults. They were connected to a biker group in the area. Not all the members of the group involved in abuse, but the core group of men were. Wallace recalls being taken to a particular house where multiple men were present, and a dark atmosphere lit by candles, possibly snake-shaped candle holders placed near the fireplace. Then he felt deliberate and staged. Multiple adults were sitting around watching him, and which instantly made him feel unsafe. He was led into a bedroom, restrained, and raped by an adult. This feels like a satanic cult, with like the candles and the snake-shaped hand holders and everything like that. His mother's partner's brother, once again, destruction of the family unit is part of the problem here, spoke to him as if it just happened was normal despite the considerable pain and emotional distress he felt. Wallace asked if he could receive a toy for what had happened. He did receive one, but it was cheap and insignificant. Even then, he realized that there was no real compensation for what had happened to him. The same pattern of abuse occurred on multiple occasions. I'm not sure which is worse. Because going back to the psychological aspect of all of these things, if you were to give a child a toy, and a decent toy, not just something cheap and insignificant, but like something pleasant, right? After every time you rape him, I feel like that would create some Pavlovian tendencies in itself that are arguably more fucked up than just being raped. Because the toy basically teaches the child that you get rewarded for being abused. Versus the abuse is just abuse, and the child knows that, even if it has ways to cope with it. If that makes sense? Like, I'm kind of glad that the toy was cheap and insignificant, because if that was like a normal thing, I feel like that's a bit more fucked up. But that just might be me here. It just seems a bit strange. Yeah. That makes me really uncomfortable here. Very uncomfortable. Wallace recalls seeing other boys and girls present who are usually restrained and drugged. He also recalls being drugged himself and losing consciousness. He would often wake alone or with other abused children, disoriented and distressed. This has caused long-term psychological damage. At one point, the police raided the property. They took Wallace outside and showed him adults one by one, asking if he recognized them. He had been coached to say these men were his uncles, and that's what he said. He associated authority figures with fear and wanted to avoid saying what he believed might be the wrong thing. As a result, the police intervention did not protect him. No safeguarding followed, and he returned to the abusive environment. Like, I get they have to take the children's testimony, but, and this happens in America too, but if it's a very clear environment of abuse, and you're only going based off the child's testimony, and the adults are lying because the adults are lying to protect themselves, you have to take the other circumstantial evidence instead? Like, I feel like they need to do a little bit more research happening here, a little bit more investigation. More than just trusting whatever the child says, because the child's taught to lie on purpose. Everybody knows this happens in abusive homes and abusive situations here. Like, Jesus. The signs of abuse were there only reinforced Wallace's view of that speaking out would not lead to safety. As an adult, he eventually attempted to report what had happened to him, a disclosure which took years. He expected to be treated as a victim of serious childhood sexual abuse, but instead his disclosure was treated as a mental health issue. He was asked to provide psychiatric and medical notes before any proper investigation would take place. The lack of seriousness from the authorities resulted in Wallace's statement being recorded improperly. Depending on how much time has spent, which sounds like it was a decent amount, unfortunately the evidence is more he said, she said at that point in time. Because he's only got whatever he said was done to him. He didn't have the physical records on him, you could say. There, he's not gonna have the psychiatric and medical notes because he was in an abusive household that didn't actually give him proper treatment. Like, unfortunately, that's what happens when you're in this situation and then you try to report this as an adult, because you just have your own testimony, and that's just not really enough a lot of times. Unless the police actually just take it seriously, and then hopes, and you basically requires the abusers to continue doing it at the time you're an adult, which in a lot of cases still is happening. But in this case, it was his mother's boyfriend's brother situation, so it's hard to tell. Due to this experience, he made complaints to the police, to professional bodies, including General Medical Council, and to oversight organizations. Each process was slow, fragmented, and obstructive, and continued for years without resolution. During this time, he was forced to relive his experiences repeatedly while being met with skepticism. At no point was his well-being considered, which further compounded his trauma as he once again felt dismissed, disbelieved, and unprotected. Owing to Wallace's abuse, he experienced long-term psychological harm. This harm has affected his education, relationships, sense of self-worth, and his ability to feel safe. He wishes for his abusers and authorities to fail to act to be held accountable, and for his story to help protect children from similar harm. My god. We got technically 51 pages. It's just a word. There's nothing else there. But technically 51 pages through here. Out of 219. Now, the first, 10 were kind of actually, not the actual testimonies themselves. It was going into details about the testimonies more specifically. And how things were kind of being, handled there. But still, that's rough, man. Just, we only got through a fourth. Actually, a little less than a fourth of 219. I mean, a fourth of this stuff. I knew it'd be almost impossible, right? I knew it'd basically be a doozy to get through, but actually just, reading through all of this is just something else entirely. Just, I just can't. I just fucking can't, man. This is some brutal fucking shit. I don't know if, I don't... I probably won't read, the rest of this on Friday. Because this is just too much. I know that sounds bad, because obviously what these people went through is way worse than actually just reading about it themselves, right? And this should be read, right? You should be going around sharing the inquiry to everybody, and making it very well known what is happening here. But my god, this is fucking rough. Asma's delusional if he thinks he can get through it all in one stream. Yeah, I knew it would basically be impossible for me to do it, but I still wanted to try. I don't know how long Asman streams for, but I have I know he streams longer than I do. But he's not going to be able to get through all of it if he wants to commentate on it too. If you just dry read the whole thing, you might be able to power through, which was what but even then, I was still trying to do that. I mean, I was commentating a bit on it as well. But still, my god. Sad part is she hasn't reached the brutal parts yet. What do you mean brutal parts? The Wallace one isn't the worst, mind you, but it's also probably the driest with less details in it. We've read some pretty horrible stuff so far. And this is just a couple cases of the boys, because obviously boys were being abused as well. Jesus Christ. Oh, you're only 50 pages in? It gets worse? It will get way worse? Oh my god. But I saw there was different parts, bits and pieces floating on Twitter, but I purposely avoided them because I wanted to read the I wanted to read the whole entire thing as much as possible. But yeah, it's not happening here. How does it get worse than this? That's literally my question. But then I said that at the very beginning, right? I was just like, man, I'm worried I'm going to become desensitized because I've read through some of the stories before, right? I've been following this for like 10 years now, blah, 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 blah. And then I read some of this and I'm like, holy fucking shit, it does get worse. It's always worse than you think, yeah. Always seems to be so much worse than you think here. Oh, fuck me, man. Thank you, York Tarleton, for the 500 warp tokens. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, sorry I missed about 90 minutes of the stream. Every time I hear someone reading this, I feel an irresistible urge to check out my goddaughter niceness. I'm assuming nieces is... no, don't apologize for missing. This is not something you can, like, easily stomach whatsoever. And obviously checking on your family members is very important, too. Like... You know, just reach out, right? Be aware, because, I know it sounded like I blamed the family a lot during these stories. And, like I said before, it was not my intention to. But, because everybody in these stories are victims. But there are various ways to try to prevent this from happening, and I do think it comes down to the family unit. Because of, like, every single one of these stories, except for one, came from a broken home that we read. So right there, the family unit was already destroyed. And the one that wasn't a broken home, we don't actually really know because it's just the father's perspective and there's no mention of the mother, which is technically a broken home, but immensely better than the shit that the other people were going through, the other stories here. So already from day one, these kids were screwed and we already have huge detriments to their lives, huge psychological damages. Hence why they're such easy victims to be made into these grooming gangs. So I do think there should be... let me rephrase that exactly. Alright. Like, if the immigrants weren't there, they would still be immensely better off. They wouldn't be in the rape gangs, but they still would not be... still wouldn't be in good positions in life because of where they came from originally here. And it's important to remember that here. That the family unit being stable and structural, even while poor, just by having a not psychotic mother, or a non-alcoholic father, or like a stable father, just having both of them in the households will help immensely to prevent this from happening. And then also vetting who your children are friends with. So be involved. If you don't have kids yourself, be involved in your your nieces and nephews' lives, for example. Try to be that trusted adult in case their parents have failed them, because everybody comes from a broken home to a certain degree, right? Thanks to modern society. But if you can be the trusted adult, if you can be a rock and reliable and actually give them a new home to go to, instead of being bounced around from system to system, you would already help them immensely from avoiding this kind of stuff here. So, okay. With that heavy heart, I'm going to be calling it here. I'm sending everybody to Mama Oko. I know he was talking about, shitty VTuber drama, much more lighthearted and fun and stupid than, rape gangs, right? Don't bring politics into his channel. Don't be gay, don't be political there. We throw gays off the building. Friendly reminder, next week I will not be streaming on Wednesday or Friday. I'll be pretty much offline for basically after a Monday stream here. And I may or may not stream Monday either. I'm debating on that still. All together. But for this week, I'll see you at 2:30 p.m. EST for Floundering Friday, whenever we go over then. As well as Under the Bridge on Saturday, Archcast, should be Archcast with Arch on, and then my own stream on Saturday again. Here. And we'll see what the wind brings in that case here. Thank you everybody for your subby bubblies, donuts, and vigorous spankings. I hope that you probably didn't enjoy stream, let's be honest, your chat. Let's be honest. You probably did not actually enjoy stream. But thank you for trudging through and listening to the Rape Gang inquiry with me, as far as we got with 50 pages in. Not very far, in the grand scheme of things, but still. And remember, this is happening to the entirety of the Western world, not just Britain. We can focus on Britain as much as we like because it's the most egregious cases, but it's also the most egregious because we're actually seeing the results of people pushing back. The same stuff is happening in America. Do not forget we are 55% white here. That's a very somber note to leave a stream on, and I'm sorry about that. Usually I don't like to leave stream on such a horrible note, but yeah. Oh well, have fun with Oko, at least, and have a good night. Yeah.
I mean, hey, if Pac-Man affected us as kids, we'd all be munching magic pills and listening to repetitive electronic music, am I right?